He's now done it twice. He's showing the world how to take 140 out.
Oh, what a sucker punch that is.
John Henderson. Game Jordan Bisley. Richard Rowland.
And that is how you wrestle control of a match. Can he wrap it up? In style, that's the way to do it.
John O'Shea is here to play. Get the ball. That is so good.
Yeah, you know the score here at the Super Series. It's Saturday night, which means, of course, it is time to find out who the latest player through to Champions Week will be. 6 players about to battle it out for the weekly prize, and 2 top pundits alongside me. A very good evening to Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson. Paul, we'll start with you. Been here all week. Who has impressed you the most?
Harrison, undoubtedly. Coming back here on Monday morning, there was pressure on him to perform. He lost his first game, but he didn't lose many after that. In fact, only one more. A fabulous campaign, such a high level as well. The way he played on Tuesday, I'll never forget it because it was just that good. And if you think that was impressive, his best performance came on Wednesday. It just happened all throughout the Group A campaign. He was brilliant.
Yeah, more on what he achieved a little bit later. But Laura, you've been observing the action the last couple of nights here. Who really stood out for you in Group B?
Yeah, I think John O'Shea, actually, because we weren't quite sure what we were going to get from John. He started so strong, got better and better, and obviously managed to secure a place here. And also Hendo didn't quite get the same levels as what we saw perhaps in Group A, but did more than enough to top the table. And, we were saying all the time, no Hendo, no party. So we've got a bit of a party.
Yeah, always a party here on Saturday night, but these are the 6 players that are part of it, and it is Andreas Harrison, the reigning champion, let's not forget, and John Henderson, the couple that have been mentioned there. John O'Shea, Ross Montgomery, Reece Robinson, Mr. Must See, and Richard Rowland, who have all made it through. And Paul, we'll go back to Andreas Harrison because he's on the verge of a little bit of potential history tonight, isn't he?
Which one do you want to talk about? There are so many opportunities for him tonight. He could have his 5th Saturday win. He could have 4 weeklies in a row. That is quite astonishing, but he could be the first person since Luke Littler to get back to a Champions Week after winning a series. So winning tonight, he will create a narrative of, is he the best player that we've had here in the last couple of years?
Yeah, and if you didn't see him earlier in the week, he almost created history with one of the greatest legs that would have ever been seen, not just here at the Super Series, but anywhere ever. I'm sure you heard about this, Laura. Andreas Harrison on a 9-darter. And as you can see, after the 180, he goes for the 171, gets it, and then the cheeky little monkey attempts 3 bullseyes.
Yeah, not only did he attempt it, you'll see in a sec, he actually found the first one as well. I was actually watching, and I think we were all willing it in. It wasn't quite to be, but great reaction as well at the end of it. Hey, it's worth a go. And I think I actually heard the relief from Connor Scott, who's also tried that route before, that he still got the opportunity to be the first one to do it.
Yeah, he would have broken the internet. He is breaking records here, or he could be this evening, and he won Group A quite convincingly yet again. In fact, we mentioned it earlier in the week, Paul. Bizarrely, him and John Henderson in the same group, the exact same points difference.
I get the feeling in Series 9 that John Henderson would like to play in a week without Andreas for a change, because he is the scourge of the Scottish this week, is Andreas Harrison. But he's just playing at such a great level. A nice bit of symmetry as well, with his leg difference being plus 26 alongside 26 points. There aren't many things that he hasn't done here, but he doesn't really articulate a lot of ambition. But you can see from the way he plays that he knows that he's in the form of his life and he wants to make the most of it.
Absolutely. And just how do you think that John Henderson, having not had the success in Group A, how do you think he responded in Group B?
Very, very well indeed. I think the way he played on Thursday was exceptional. But when he was talking with Laura and I last night, he said that Friday was very difficult. I think his energy levels took a bit of a dip. And we're all hoping for John's sake that he's going to get a second wind on his 6th day of the week.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the Group B table. Laura, Tommy Morris missing out. Before we get into the three players that are here, also Alex Small, but he had a lot to do after losing all his games on Thursday. How disappointing for Tommy not to be through to another finals night?
Yeah, I think he'll be absolutely gutted. He was so close to doing it. Needed to take that last match against Alec and couldn't afford to actually drop a leg, and just wasn't able to do that. And you could see the disappointment in his face. I think it was maybe just trying that little bit too hard. It was within his grasp, and obviously it was Montgomery that actually secured that last spot. So, but he has a lot to take away from this week. He played very, very well, very consistently throughout. It's just obviously disappointment for him just being pipped at the post.
It was really weird, actually, because I think Tommy Morris has played his best starts ever here this week, standard-wise, and he's not here on Saturday. But you've got to give Montgomery credit, because he went out in his last game and he put that 4-0 in, the only 4-0 of the entire night. So he laid down the groundwork and said, can you match me then? And unfortunately, on this occasion, he couldn't.
Yeah, it's such a strong week, isn't it? Some of the players have said it's like a Champions Week this week, but Ross Montgomery will stay with him. He showed and used that experience he's got, didn't he? Yeah,
and he did it through both days, to be fair. He had some wonderful finishes, and he really dug in deep. You'll see one of the wonderful finishes here. He just has to he's blocked the ball as far as we're concerned, and how he finds a route through, that just is a testament to his experience and his quality. So, absolutely. I just think for Ross, when he comes here again, he just needs to make it maybe a little bit easier for himself, because he always is the guy that goes through right at the very end of these groups.
Can the same be said of John O'Shea in terms of utilising experience in getting through? It was 3 senior players that managed to make it through from that group.
Yeah, I think John should be very happy with the way that he went through Group B. He looked very comfortable from the off. Like Laura mentioned, he got off to a terrific start. He started well, he got better, then he got better again by Game 3 on Thursday. And getting through with a game to spare like Henderson, that's a great job. And we know that life for John has not been perfect in the last few months. We'll get into that in due course. But the fact that he comes here for the first time this year and constantly makes Saturdays, it's a testament to how well he's playing at the minute.
And the winner of the group, John Henderson, who we've already mentioned, Andreas Harrison, he's been a thorn in everyone's side, but particularly Hendo's. How big a target will it be for him to win a night that involves our defending champion? Yeah,
I think John is more than aware of the task in front of him. But tonight's another night. It's a completely different feeling. When the goal in the beginning of the week is just to make it to tonight. When you're here, then it does feel a bit more cutthroat. So hopefully, for John, he can just utilise the experience. He's won here before, but for me, Harrison is just the man to beat. The form that he's shown, if he brings it here, then everyone's going to be have to be on their A game.
Yeah, absolutely. In Group A, he was on his A game. It meant that Rhys Robinson dropped into Group C, and here's what happened in that group. Having had a tough time in Group A, he turned it around and along with Richard Rowlands made it through. But again, I'm going to start with a player that didn't, Paul, and that is Lee Cox, because unfortunately this is becoming a familiar story for him. I'm
afraid so. Lee's going to have to be really honest with himself over the next few weeks and figure out why this happened again. 8 points on Thursday and he was very, very good. He looked comfortable, but when it came to the crunch, he looked less comfortable. And Laura and I talked about this last night. It was a case of he was reacting to results that happened before he played. He had maximum information before he played his matches. And we think that maybe he would have had a better chance if he'd played before somebody else was trying to get points ahead of him. But you've got to be able to do that here at the Motor Super Series in different ways. And unfortunately for Lee, it just doesn't seem to be happening at the minute.
Laura, you're given the unenviable task of analysing Rhys Robinson. Mr. Must-See, the human highlight reel. He's actually given himself another nickname, but we'll find out about that a little later on. Not really the most exciting week for him, but he's been effective in getting through in the end.
Yeah, he got there in the end, and I think that is, as I say, the main goal. Did show signs of exactly what he can do, as you can see here. Fantastic 170 finish. And we also seen one of the staples from Robinson with the 3 top finishes. So, yeah, he knows what he can do. But then the inconsistencies, when he actually got through and qualified and topped the Group C, he then backed it up with, a performance. Okay, he found a very tough Rowlands, but 68 average, which then was completely different to what we'd seen. So I think his consistency for me, he's showing bursts of brilliance, but if he can find consistency, it'll be great.
I think it's probably the most erratic route to a Saturday that we've ever seen, because he was superb on Monday, didn't get a point. He averaged over 95, didn't get a point. Then he played worse on Tuesday and managed to get 2 wins. Then on Wednesday, he looked lost. Thursday, he got 8 points, and he looked like he was in pain. And then he had a comfortable Friday. So many stories, and I just wonder how it's going to end.
Sound like a Craig David song or something, that Paul. Another player that's getting used to getting here, Robinson's 7 out of 7 now for Saturday nights. Richard-Eric Rowlands is getting used to Saturdays as well. Very different kind of player, I think it's fair to say. But you and I sat here when the bookies made him the outsider to win that group. We couldn't believe it.
No, I don't think he's an outsider kind of player. And some of the things that he's done this week prove that he's not an outsider. I mean, this finish, this 1-5-3, it changed the entire group. It didn't just change this game. Look at Gilbert van der Meijden on double 3. Now, I promise you, he didn't leave that and didn't get any darts at double. He's had darts to get the lead. He's missed, and that 1-5-3 changed his group and Lee Cox's group as well. So that finish probably goes down as the best of the week because of when it was hit. But look at his performance in the last match in Group C. That came out of the clear blue sky because we didn't think he was going to go above 105. In fact, he was the only person to average over 100 on the day, and he did so very, very comfortably.
Yeah, really solid and steady from him. But this week, Laura, has featured plenty of fun moments. You alluded to the Reece Robinson shot. We've seen loads of this stuff. It's not just him who can do tops.
No, it's definitely becoming a thing, isn't it? It's for me, because obviously I was on Group B. It was different, but again, Reece Robinson, it's just becoming a bit of a trademark for him. As a viewer, it's fantastic.
And not just tops, but bulls as well.
Yeah, and that was rather unlucky, wasn't it? But yeah, we're seeing it from players now. We're just seeing these kind of emphatic finishes and attempts at finishes. When they go well, they're fantastic. When they go wrong, it does, sometimes they can come off looking a bit silly, but it's all enjoyment from us.
Is there a right and a wrong time to do that kind of thing? And is there ever a right time on a Saturday night?
I think Luke Littler probably has rubber stamped the time to do it when you're already through. If you've already won your group and you want to entertain the fans, I've got no problem with that whatsoever. But if you are in a sticky situation and your opponent's say on a double and you're going 3 bulls for 150, I'm not really for that. So it's got to be at the right moment. We like to see the firework finishes like Laura mentions, but they must be at the right moments.
Right, let's see who is in which group this evening, because that can be very important. And Group 1 features the reigning champion, Andreas Harrison, John O'Shea and Richard-Eric Rowlands, John Henderson, Reece Robinson and Ross Montgomery go in to Group 2. I mean, I would ask you which group you'd rather be in, but I guess the answer is going to be, I'll stay where I am, thanks.
Yeah, 100%. I'm quite happy sitting in this chair. They're both very tough groups. I think for Group 2, the key thing at this stage is they've avoided Harrison because, like we've alluded to, if he plays like he has been doing, and I've got no doubt in my mind that he's going to do the same, then that's going to be tough for one of the other two to find a way through.
You mentioned Luke Littler before. Is Andreas Harrison becoming the flag bearer for success at the Modus Super Series?
He is this year. I think it was Littler's year last year, and we've speculated over the last few months since we started our series stuff in January as to who was going to be the story of 2024. I think if he wins tonight, then he is the story. It'll take something else from here until Christmas time to overtake what he's doing at the minute.
Right, do the bookies fancy him? Let's find out. Here are the odds for this evening, and Andreas Harrison, unsurprisingly, is the favourite, but John Henderson not far behind him. Maybe a little bit of value in the others as well. Reece Robinson knows what it takes to win on that stage. Do you see any value there?
I see that as absolutely spot on. I think the odds compilers have got a lot right this week. A few smatterings of wrong, with Rowlands being the outsider in Group C, but Harrison should be at that price, in my opinion. Ross Montgomery is the outsider. The reason he's there is because he hasn't won a game on a Saturday yet.
By definition, Laura, anyone who isn't Andreas Harrison, the favourite, would be an upset, but would any one of those players winning be a surprise?
No, I think we've seen what they can do. If they can, like I always say, if they can find their feet and they can find their consistency up there, then I think it's there for the taking. It's one of 6 of you, but yeah, Harrison, I still think because of the dominance of Harrison, it would be maybe a bit of a surprise. Maybe not Hendo, because, he knows how to win, but for the others, it's there for the taking, but for me, it's Harrison.
Does he need to be got early tonight? He plays Richard Rowlands in the first game of the evening. Is everybody else in that practice room cheering on Richard in that one?
Yeah, they might be, actually. If you think about the levels of performance that we've seen from Andreas this week, 6-ton plus averages out of 15 games, that's outrageous. And that puts him in a bracket of one of the best players in the world right now, not just one of the best players without a tour card. He's playing at a ridiculous level. And we'll talk about his weekly numbers in due course, and we will compare them to the Pro Tour. But I do get the feeling that if Richard turns up and does everybody else a favour, it could be a free-for-all up there tonight.
Well, Paul and Laura are going to be your comms team this evening. Thank you, guys. We'll have more little chats as the evening progresses. But the first match is indeed Richard Eric Rowlands against Andreas Harrison, looking for that record-breaking 5th successive win here at the Super Series. And I had a little chat with him earlier on. Andreas, back here at finals night, defending the Super Series title this time. What does it mean to you to have that chance to get through to Champions Week again?
Yeah, it's lovely to get the chance to get here. I'm grateful to be here, and it's great.
And you got here in style by winning Group A once again. How do you feel you played this week?
I feel I played really good. I had to in that group. It was one of the toughest I ever played. I think, everyone's been really great. And you never know what you get when you meet any of them.
You've had some fantastic moments on that stage. You almost produced another one earlier in the week when you went for 3 bullseyes for a 9-dart finish. Just talk about that moment and what was going through your mind at that point on Wednesday.
Well, I know I was through then for the last game, so my thoughts was, we all talked about it, if you got 150 left, you had to go for it. So, yeah, my thoughts was, if I start with 180, I'm going to go down, and I'm going to give it a try. It would be a dream 9-darter, I think, so.
And just finally, when you do come here to the Super Series and you look in the practice room and there are a few very good players in there tonight, do you feel that you are the player to beat?
I don't think so. I think everyone's great, and I think, I know if I can produce my A game, I have a chance, but it's still not there.
Well, modest as always. Good luck, and thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
What in the world is going on?
So Andreas Harrison back in action here at the Modus Super Series, looking to carry on his title defence. Having won, of course, the last series, he's looking for 5 straight winning weeks as a Super Swede. He's owned that stage. Very rarely does he step on it and not leave with the trophy, but he's got a tough test tonight, and certainly has got a tough test in his opening match. Richard Eric Rowlands, who made the semi-finals of the World Seniors Champion of Champions event earlier this season, takes on the beard to be feared 49 years of age from Sweden and winner, as mentioned, of that 7th Modus Super Series. Rowlands from Wales trying to get through and maybe trying to do everybody else a little favour and dent Harrison's hopes in this opening match. Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner have made their way to commentary, and they will guide you through the action.
Many thanks, Murph, and welcome to Saturday night. This is what it's all about, isn't it? Saturday night's a good night for flighting. So, Dirty Harrison the favourite, obviously, considering what he's done this week. But Richard Eric Rowlands, coming to Saturday night, should not be underestimated, especially when his final performance in Group C was one of the performances of the week.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on!
Jack Garwood is your referee for the night. 9 games of entertainment, 6 of them of group games. We will go to knockout stuff in the semis, and our final will be somewhere around 10:30 to 11 o'clock tonight, local time. Wherever you're tuning in from on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, have a great evening and sit down, get comfortable, and enjoy what's about to happen, as Laura Turner will join me, Paul Yasser Nicholson, for all 9 games tonight. And we're looking to see who will join Tom Sykes and Jim Long at the end of August for Champions Week.
.43.
Yeah, tentative start from the pairing. But I didn't get the pleasure of sitting in on the matches. Did watch them from home, but seeing the Group A matches. But when you actually stop and look at the statistics that were posted by Andreas Harrison, wow, you just have to kind of take a little bit of a step back.
Well, I compile too many statistics before a Saturday night just to get a feel of the numbers, as well as watching all of the games that we've seen. 7 different metrics. How many do you think Andreas Harrison is the boss of? Bearing in mind that he's only played 15 games this week compared to some other people who have played 25 or 23. He's got the best win percentage.
60.
He's got the best running average. He's got the best amount of maximums per match. And he's also got the best performance.
177.
So he's bossing most of the metrics. That's why he's favourite.
Yeah, and also visits like that is why he's favourite. Down to 48 in 12, but Sublime 177 to set that up.
$140. Andreas, you require
Doesn't really matter where he's
48.
been on the doubles this week. He's been hitting them all. He doesn't necessarily like that lie,
Game shot on the
but it
first
really
leg.
doesn't
Andreas
matter
Harrison.
when you're playing as well as he is. 40% on the doubles.
Second leg. It's
And
Richard
that's a
to throw
metric
first.
he's actually not the
Game
king
on.
of here this week. That one belongs to John Henderson, who has won 83 legs this week and is 45% on doubles. That is right up there. But Harrison, I've got to get these numbers out. Well, we
100.
can't. His win percentage for the week is 87%. He's only lost 2 matches. 96.28 as an average for the week.
26.
And he averages 1.6 maximums per match, which, trust me, is very, very good. And there's one person more than anybody else who is happy that Harrison is in this group and not the other one, and that is Reece Robinson. Because 2 of their games this week, Harrison has averaged
41.
113 against him and 112. What is it about the man with a million nicknames, which again is another nickname? What is it about Reece Robinson playing Harrison where he finds his very best stuff?
Yeah, I don't know if anything's happened in the back room and Harrison's just getting
92.
revenge on the Oki. I'm sure it's not that, but you do have some matches and some players where you just feel comfortable and confident. It could be the pace of the player, the rhythm, if it suits you. Could be anything.
100.
He's lagging here as the Swede. And Richard Rowlands has got plenty of time to take care of 169. He is a deliberate player. If you haven't been tuning in the last few days, he is the most methodical player of the week.
59.
And he should be very proud of what he's done over the last couple of days. Fortin scraped his way to 16 points. The same as
60.
Reece Robinson in Group
Richard,
C.
you require 110.
36% on the doubles for Rowlands this week, which is very acceptable. That route is becoming more popular. 18's first on 110.
86.
Any thoughts on that, Laura?
I'm a bit of a traditionalist, I suppose. I think because you throw at treble 20 so often, it just feels very natural to keep going for them. But got the result in the end and sat on a double.
136.
That's a very good
Richard, you
approach. Maybe
require
not the
24.
ideal effort there from Andreas Harrison, but he does get to a finish. It may not make any difference. The key to
18.
beating the Swede is not giving him
Andreas, you
dots at
require
double.
138.
Easier said than done, but even this is doable.
Yeah, not now. But Rowland's on 6. Does he go straight for it? Does he opt to go
52.
to double 2?
Richard, you
He does
require
overstack.
6.
So if he does miss on the outside, he could create a nice little slider. So I think straight for double 3. Well, it's not really a marker because it's too close to double 19.
Yeah, that's always the risk when you
No score.
lift yourself on 6. And
Andreas, you require
now this really is a
82.
chance for Harrison to go 2-0 up.
He does like a bullseye.
53.
Hasn't quite warmed up on
Richard,
it.
you require 6.
Yeah, this evening. Still double 3 for Richard. That's a better marker. He can build on that.
Game shot on the second leg.
It does
Richard
equalise. This game proves that all of the numbers that we talk about from Monday to Friday are just a
Third
guide.
leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
Things are always different on
on.
Saturdays.
Yeah, well, this is the one that counts. This is the one that you're not necessarily coming back from unless you make it through to
140.
Champions Week. I do wonder with Harrison if there's maybe a different dynamic, considering that he's coming in here as a series champion. Is that an additional pressure? Is he thinking that he wants to get the opportunity to get back and defend that title?
I think it's a fair point to make. But even if we asked him,
60.
he'd probably just say, oh, I just want to play darts. He doesn't give a great deal away. But earlier in the week, he did
41.
show a little bit of his sense of humour. Talking about Cam Crabtree's 171 to leave himself on a winning shot for the series, and then Andreas took out the 1-2-1 on the bull. He called that 171 from Crabtree unnecessary,
100.
which at the time was about as dry as the Sahara. He didn't even crack a smile. But I think he's got a really big sense of humour.
140.
He's not laughing at the minute. This is business.
Yeah, good last visit there from Harrison. Just making a few inroads now into this leg.
Those darts are not going in straight every single time, and that sometimes is a sign of
59.
nerves.
I think even if you kind of look back and analyse that last leg from Rowlands, it was a big opportunity. He had all those chances at the double.
100.
Yes, he got there in the end, but probably still felt a bit nervy, a bit edgy. Won't necessarily always get those kind of chances against any of the players in this final stage.
And because Harrison won Group A this week, he knew immediately that he would play the first game of the night.
97.
And he will have to wait until Game
Andreas, you
5
require 80.
to play his second game against John O'Shea in Group 1. The old overstacker here for tops.
40.
Very close to a 2-1 lead. Your job here is to pressurise. Harrison has only had a couple of darts at double.
170.
Oh, look, it's an unnecessary
Andreas,
170.
you require 40.
That could be awkward. Now it's double 10.
Game
And he
shot on
fixes
the
the
third leg.
situation.
Andreas Harrison.
That's about as much emotion as we've seen from Andreas this week.
Yeah, I think I'd summarise that as relief.
Fourth flag. It's
Looked a
Richard
bit
to throw
frustrated
first.
after that second up,
Game
went
on.
into the big 20 section.
After that first dart at tops, he's almost done a John Lowe there, which is saying, I can't hit it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fling the dart towards the single 20 and I'm going to hit an
100.
open double 10. Remember the 1987 World Final? That's exactly what John Lowe did.
140.
Still waiting for our first maximum of the night. The one thing you can't do in your first game is lose heavily. 2 people through in each group. The person who finishes bottom is eliminated and does not go to the semis.
36.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit of a tension through the arm of Rowlands that I think that lends to what you were saying earlier, and there may just be a few nerves.
134.
John Henderson was saying it yesterday that Andreas seems to play his best darts when he comes here. And people were asking, I wonder why that is. Maybe he just likes Portsmouth.
Yeah, I think there's probably a few
60.
players on the WDF circuit that might disagree that it's all here. He does very much step up his game and find that consistency. I do agree, but he's had some fantastic results around the circuit as well.
It's not just the Super Series this year. On the European Tour in Belgium this year, he was outstanding. He demolished Gian van Veen and gave Gary Anderson the fright of a lifetime.
85. Andreas, you require 87.
17s. He doesn't have to go 20 ball.
55.
But because his scoring is so effective, he has the luxury of laying up there to get a 3-1 lead. It feels as if Richard is a visit behind a lot in this match.
Yeah, it really does. He's
140.
done well there to put a
Andreas,
bit
you
of pressure,
require
but
32.
Harrison now, you just feel he's warming to the task.
Game shot on the
Very
full
well said.
flag. Andreas Harrison.
And these people have turned up because they want to have a close-up view of the defending champion.
Fifth flag. It's Andreas to throw first.
I was convinced on Monday that he wore his grey dart shirt because that was the shirt he wore when he won the series. And then he wore his Swedish colours for the next couple of days.
140.
He's broke out the magenta number for Saturday night. A little bit more... Well, how do you describe that shirt? Purple?
Yeah, there's a lot of artistic license now
24.
with the dart shirts.
I think you should get a dart shirt with all of this stuff on it, but a little bit of the Northern Lights
60.
as well.
Yeah, that'd be very nice. A bit of Aurora Borealis.
He's losing his line, and he's losing the weight of dart as well.
83.
He is scrapping for visits here, and he's in real trouble. If he loses 4-1, he's got a big mountain to climb in his next match against John O'Shea, because he's looked very effective this week.
Yeah, I'd argue at one apiece, it felt like it was a little bit in the balance. Neither player had settled down, but ever since then, Harrison's just stepped it up a gear.
He steadied the ship.
108.
And Rowlands needs more of those if he's going to somehow get a result here. But scores of 140, 60 and a ton, that is the classification of steadying the ship. But he will have a chance to win this match 4-1, the defending champ. And he could send an immediate message to everybody else. This game has had 14 darts at a double with 4 hits. It's not been a masterclass on the outer ring, but Andreas, who has only averaged under 90 twice this week,
60.
he'll have to wait for a chance to win the game again,
114.
as he is just a shade under 90 in this match.
Yeah, Rowland's just taking his time there. Here's a chance here. And that's low. Needs to really adjust, find the treble bed. Yeah, and he can't.
You fear the worst for him now.
58.
Harrison has not been missing many visits this week at all.
Game shot.
And he doesn't miss here.
Andreas Harrison.
With a 4-1 victory, Andreas Harrison has already got possibly 4 tours into the semi-final. He will just need an amount of legs to guarantee a spot in the Final Four when he plays John O'Shea later. But he can put his feet up for about an hour now before he plays in game number 5. As for Richard Rowlands, he's got problems when he plays John O'Shea in game 3. Now we go to Group 2, and it's time to see an all-Scottish battle for the 3rd night in a row. It's going to be Hendo against Monty.
thinking, hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to Saturday at the Super Series, where the reigning champion Andreas Harrison has set the standard, the Swede refusing to be uprooted, and has laid down a marker for his rivals tonight. And two of them are about to take to the Oki a chance for a Scot to win the lot here on Saturday at the Live Lounge, as John Henderson takes on Ross the Boss Montgomery. The pair are about to do battle, and I spoke to John a little earlier this evening. John, back here at finals night of the Super Series. First of all, just give us your reflections on how you played in getting here.
I've played quite well. I thought the first few days I was probably the best darts I played in quite a while. It was constant, playing good. The doubles were good, scoring was heavy. I thought last night I felt it was warmer last night for some reason, but got through. It's good to top that table because it's been a hard week. It really is. But no, I'm really pleased. Coming into the night, full of confidence, so hopefully I can finish the job off the night.
Earlier in the week, you had a little battles with a certain Andreas Harrison. Of course, he's the defending champion from the previous series. He's in the field tonight. What kind of statement would it be for you to go and take the title ahead of him this evening?
Oh, definitely. The last time I was here, Andreas was in my group and he beat me the 3 times. So I played him in the Challenge Tour as well a couple of weeks back, and I got one over him there. But you know what you've got to do against Andreas. You've got to play well, and but playing against these top players brings my game on, so hopefully I can bring my A game on the night. And obviously I don't have to play him until later on tonight. Hopefully I get through another tough group, but that's my plan anyway.
How much have you enjoyed this week?
I have enjoyed it. They're long weeks, I'm not going to deny it, but they're enjoyable weeks. It's good. I use it as good match practice for obviously we'll try to get our tour cards back, but this mode has been absolutely fantastic. I've enjoyed every minute. Good group of boys. And as I say, it's good match practice, so hopefully I can just play well tonight and get over that finishing line.
Yeah, and the payoff, of course, is playing in front of the audience on a Saturday, potentially getting to Champions Week. What would it mean to you to win tonight?
That's what you want. Again, it's good money, so yeah, obviously it's a good payday at the end of the Champions Week. So yes, we're all here fighting to win this tonight and then get the opportunity to play in that Champions Week. So. But it's can you look at the players this week? That could have been a Champions Week, Ken. So it's been so tough. But no, I'm looking forward to the night, and hopefully I play well and get that win, and then hopefully get into the Champions League.
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, Murph. Cheers, Bob.
And getting a chance to win it in style.
And he just 14 top scores. Brilliant.
And the World Seniors Championship stays in Scotland.
He's got his own route, and it's a route to success as well.
Double 18. Henderson hits. Henderson wins.
The Highlander, Big John Henderson!
Oh, what a sucker punch that is. Well, he can win plenty, can't he, John Henderson, a World Cup winner and the World Seniors Champion. But can he take glory on the Modus Super Series stage tonight? It's a battle of the brave darts in the second match of the evening as the Highlander Henderson goes up against Ross the Boss Montgomery, the man from Huntly, who has had many career highlights, looking to add a few more in his time off the Pro Tour, where he is hoping to get back to, of course. Up against the 61-year-old Glaswegian Montgomery, who himself has plenty on his CV, including a couple of Dutch Open titles, and they are not easy to win. I'm sure Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner will tell you more about that. I'll hand you back to our commentary duo.
You make a good point, Murph, but I'm going to direct that one at Laura because I've never played in the Dutch Open. So is it hard to win?
Yeah, very, very much so. It's one of those tournaments, especially...
First flag, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Especially at the time when Ross would have been playing. You had over 4,000 participants, very limited practice facilities. It was very much... it's a winner mark system as well, just due to
62.
the entirety. To get through that kind of field is no mean feat, and then to do it twice, it's one of those big ones that most players would like to win.
First job for Montgomery
45.
tonight. Win a game on a Saturday. He has not won in front of the audience here in Portsmouth before in 4 attempts. That, I am sure,
81.
is mission number 1. If he can do that against Henderson, he will have an excellent chance of getting into the semis for the very first time. But getting to Saturday, I know there was a lot made of Tommy Morris not getting the result
85.
in his last game in the early hours of this morning, but the reason why it was so difficult is because of Montgomery's win against Alex Small. The only 4-0 victory
43.
of Friday night and into Saturday morning, and that is why he's here.
Yeah, he really had to battle to get that result as well, Alec. Definitely found his darting form yesterday compared to Thursday.
100.
But as we said before, Ross Montgomery, the occasions he has been here, never makes it very easy to get himself through to finals night. It's normally just one match or notoriously just one leg difference.
And sometimes some people, they like to do things the hard way. I think I've referenced Apollo Creed twice tonight. There's something in the water.
41.
We'll talk about him again, actually, when
Johnny
Rhys
Require
Robinson graces the hockey in
135.
game number 4. The man with a million nicknames. That's 15, so 120 left with 2. He'd like to leave tops. He's wondering why he's losing his line. He started with a couple of 1s in this first
51.
leg. He's graduated over to the 5s, but he's still quite a way in front.
But this is an element that I've noticed of Montgomery's game.
140.
He can pile on that pressure. He's
Johnny Require
good shots
84.
to set something up.
It's going to have to be the ball for John.
59.
Very close.
Rossi Require 90.
So Montgomery, who has been pretty good on his doubles this week, just shy of 40%. Let's see if he's good on a Saturday. Get the angle, that'll be kind.
Game shot on the
Really
first
well
leg.
done.
Ross Montgomery.
And that'll settle him down immediately. Because in previous Saturdays, he's been in trouble from the off.
Second leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
So if we talk about John and this week, we can easily talk about the standard that he's played in his 23 matches. But if we may condense
100.
what he's done this week into his opponents in Group 2, he's played Reece Robinson 3 times. He's played Ross Montgomery twice.
140.
He's won every game. That makes him an overwhelming favourite for this group.
Yeah, but it's darts, isn't it? It doesn't always go the way that the form book says.
40.
I seriously need to get a t-shirt with this on it. Darts is not played on paper, and in brackets underneath, at least it isn't anymore.
Yeah, very good.
140.
Dartboards are made of sisal these days, which is a plant. So even the dartboards are going plant-based. It's about as 2024 as I get. You can see the angle of entry for Hendo, who's got
60.
a shirt on tonight that he wore on Monday. And that's when he played his best darts this week. He was high 90s for the day. But the best daily performance this week, that belonged to Harrison on Tuesday, who joined the club of people who have averaged over 100 for the day. Well, that's the old school approach of the Highlander,
Ross, you require 124.
because most younger players would have gone for the bull with the last dart. Chance for Monty. So 64 with 2, with his opponent on a finish. Bull for 2-0.
93.
Yeah, shake of the head there, just
John,
pulled
you
it
require
low. So
106.
what's John got in his locker? Can he break straight back? 106 required. Well, it's not a disaster, but I think he's still contemplating why he's losing that line. He's treble 17 and can't find it.
42.
Do you think this
Ross, you
group is the
require
tightest of the
31.
two, based on ceiling of performance? I think it's a 50-50 call. I'm not even sure why I asked that question. But it is 2-0 Montgomery. Henderson in early Saturday trouble.
Third leg, it's John to
We were
throw
talking to Ross
first.
yesterday. He said he
Game
had
on.
a few pains in his hand and his throwing elbow on Thursday.
44.
You can understand that. He is 61. He looks great for 61, doesn't he?
He does indeed. Yeah, you can just see that arms. It's not necessarily a strap, but it's
60.
something that can kind of just keep the muscles quite tight and keep them warm. And I've seen a lot more players over the years kind of use those and underlayers.
85.
I am an advocate for things like that, especially when things get a bit chilly. You've got the likes of Anastasia using that kind of stuff. Fallon has used it too. Paul
60.
Lim has famously used that stuff, as has Suzuki.
Yeah, there's a lot of players. Lisa Ashton.
26.
John is not playing well in this game. I think he would admit that. This is an early worry for Hendo, who did take a little bit of time to get going yesterday. When he did, he was fine.
100.
But you do not have a great deal of time to get going on a Saturday.
No, and I think if you're John Henderson right now, the concern is the points difference. Ross Montgomery is on for a break, but fantastic response from Henderson.
Second 180 of the game for John, after Ross's first. Gets himself down to a finish. This will feel very unfamiliar for Montgomery. Every game he's played on a Saturday night, he's been chasing, and that is
20.
very unfortunate. Even if it's that just 40
Ross, you
points on the
require
floor,
101.
it's the difference between having 106 and 146.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. Just that little bit less pressure on this shot as well for Montgomery. Now just looking to set it up.
49.
Just a little reminder that
John,
Ross
you
Montgomery
require
was the outsider
146.
with the odds compilers coming into tonight. And he could be 3-0 up on the person who was second favourite.
60. Russia require 52.
Big chance. 50% on doubles. He's got 2 darts in his hand. So based on stats, this goes.
Game shot on the third
Yeah,
leg.
and goes it does.
Ross
And it's another break, and it's 3-0 to Ross Montgomery. He's now throwing for the match.
Fourth flag, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
Even John Henderson, when he's sad, pulls out the bottom lip. Never a good thing to see.
135.
Yeah, Ross Montgomery keeping his back firmly away from John Henderson, focused on the task in hand, but it's just not going well for Hendo.
41.
If you lose 4-0 in your first game, there is a scenario that you will want to happen. Let's localise that to this group.
99.
If Ross takes this leg, Hendo will want Ross Montgomery to beat Reece Robinson
100.
in Game 4. And that will make a shootout for Game 6 between Hendo and Robinson. That's the easiest way for him to get through from this position.
55.
But that's easier said than done. I think the thing that's been missing from
134.
Hendo's game is shots like that. He's only got 2 ton plus throws, 2 140s. He has got 2 maxes. That is fine. But it's the other scoring visits that have not cooperated.
121.
Yeah, it's the 60s, not being 85s or 97s.
And then you look at Montgomery, he's got 7 ton plus throws. That's why he's winning this game. He's been more
97.
consistent.
Russia require 91.
And he might win this match by 4-0. That leaves 84. That is a match dart.
79. John, you require 129.
This, just an opportunity here just to get a leg on the board. You never know, it could make a difference.
Well, this week we've seen people go double 18 twice. It's becoming the norm.
89.
I'll tell you what isn't the norm.
Russia require 12.
Montgomery winning on a Saturday. This is for his first win. On Saturday in Portsmouth.
Game shot.
And he gets it by 4-0. John Henderson will leave the stage abruptly, and he will be hoping that Ross Montgomery does him a favour when he returns in Game 4. That is a shock, because the second favourite for the title tonight has lost to 0. It's very, very consistent there from Montgomery with 50% on the doubles. He'll be ecstatic with that. But as we go back to Group 1 next, it's going to be Richard Eric Rowlands who needs a result against John O'Shea. Otherwise, he is going to be in the bin first.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg, Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back. Well, what an interesting start to the evening here on finals night. Opposite results for our two favourites. Andreas Harrison, the defending champion, getting off to a winning start. But John Henderson, down to earth with a bump, 4-0. He was beaten by Ross Montgomery in that previous match, and he will have work to do. The same goes for Richard Eric Rowlands. The Welshman needs to get victory in his next game. He faces John O'Shea, who we are about to see for the first time this evening. And I had a little chat with the Irishman earlier on. John, back here at finals night once again. How are you feeling ahead of the evening?
All good. It's looking forward to it again.
And how do you think it's gone for you the last couple of nights, finishing second in Group B?
I suppose I could have topped it, didn't, but I'm happy enough with the way I'm playing, so I can't complain really.
In general, where do you see your game is at the moment?
It's hard to say at the moment. I've implemented a few changes. They're here to stay, as whether it works or not, they're here to stay for the long term anyway, so it's hard to say at the moment. But I played well the last few days, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, definitely.
Are you able to expand on those changes, or are they staying secret for now?
Look, I suppose it was a health scare one, so I got to lose weight. You know what I mean? People, look, eventually people will find out, so there's no point in hiding behind it. I got a bit of a health scare about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and things needed to change dramatically. So I've implemented those changes now. So we'll just take it from there over the next few weeks and months and see where it takes me, but they're here to stay.
Well, glad you're on the right track now. Does that, in a way, give you a sense of excitement for the future, that this could be a new dawn for yourself?
Yeah, I suppose for months, since I lost my toe card, I was going around in circles. I was doing the same thing over and over again, and when things, I suppose when your priorities changed, darts was always my priority. I won't lie to you, I love the game. But when something like that happens and you get a bit of a scare, it comes down to pecking order. So I'm going to try and enjoy it now, as opposed to chasing things that I've lost, like a tour card and stuff like that. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not going to get excited anymore over stuff like that, or get upset over things like that. I have a good management team behind me, and they've accepted those changes as well that are being introduced at the moment. So yeah, look, it might take a few months. I might adapt immediately. I don't know.
Perfect setting to enjoy it tonight, so we'll let you go and do that.
Yeah,
Good luck,
perfect.
John.
Thanks, Chris.
I said at the start of the day that John O'Shea wanted to introduce a little bit of chaos.
Maybe that does go to the point, though, that maybe he didn't feel quite comfortable with the setup yesterday.
Oh, he got it right, all right.
first
That's
leg,
wonderful.
John O'Shea.
Slightly unconventional. Bullseye for O'Shea.
Shot on the
There it
second
is.
leg, John O'Shea.
Yes, Super Series time for John O'Shea. The first look at the Joker, who's decided to stop being so serious when it comes to darts, but it is now a serious situation for his opponent, Richard Eric Rowlands, who lost that opening match to Andreas Harrison. That means that if he loses this one, he's out, and it will of course mean that John O'Shea would be through with a game to spare. He would take Dirty Harrison with him as well. The good news, however, for Rowlands is that he can actually qualify if he wins this match 4-0. That is the job he needs to do here to secure his spot from this game. But if he wins it, he stays in the tournament at least for now. And O'Shea looking to avoid any drama in his game against Harrison is proving difficult to beat. So if he can beat the man in front of him now, he will just be battling it out for top spot with the Swede after this. Right, let me hand you back to our commentary team, Laura Turner alongside Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, why so serious? One of the favourite phrases of the Joker, but based on some of the changes he's going to make, he's going to be more like John McEnroe. Can't be serious. So, he's going to take it as it comes. He's going to be a bit more relaxed. But if we look at the way he's played over the last couple of nights, Laura, he's looked very much at ease with the Modus Super Series, maybe more than ever before.
Yeah, I agree. And sometimes that can actually, it can work to your advantage when the way that John talks about darts and the passion and the way he was chasing all the dreams previously, the disappointment of losing the tour card, the fact that it was his priority. Sometimes, when it does take that little bit of a backbone, it takes that pressure off, and maybe it gives him more of a freedom to play like what we've seen this week.
In that highlights package that we had before he graced the Oki, he was using different equipment as well. He has not changed one thing this week. And I, for one, who have seen a lot of his darts over the last 5 years, I think he might have stumbled upon a setup that he really adores. It's not necessarily 99. A perfect storm at the minute for John, but when you're making changes and you're finding other ingredients that work, you have license to get excited. And I love that 60. Question from Chris Murphy, by the way. With the changes that are happening in his life, it is a time to be excited about the future, because we don't know what's next for John O'Shea. He doesn't either, and that means that anything's possible.
100.
Yeah, well, the excitement and the hope, I think, for John O'Shea, it starts tonight. It starts with this match against Rowlands.
100.
Richard's got to start better than he did against the Swede in game number 1. You've got a different angle of attack for these two players. Richard will try and stack on top. The Joker, as always, looking to 59. Bang them into each other, somewhat violently. But there's a level of ease with his throw at the minute. Sometimes he has spent too much time leaning over on that right side, but this week his balance has been so good.
Richard, you require 143.
Yeah, and that 180 there puts all the pressure back on Rowlands. As we've said, this is a must-win for Rowlands if he's got any chance of making the semi-finals.
He's not going to get a shot at double 16 for this 143, but I wonder if 83. John will get one on his shot.
John, you require 102.
He did the right thing going for the 42.
94. Richard, you require 60.
We've seen many approaches for 60 this week. Darts in the way. Darts missed at single 20. We've even seen Andy Hamilton go for a small 20 on this shot in the last few weeks. But it's conventional for Richard Rowlands. He's not going to move.
40.
I'm not going to sit here and say that he should, 8. Because at this shot this week, he has hit it from staying in the same position. Oh no.
Score.
John O'Shea was not hesitant at all getting 20. To the Oki. He thought he was going to hit it immediately, but it was the worst case scenario.
Yeah, but scratch of the head there from O'Shea. It offers up this other opportunity, and this time Rowlands does take it.
As Murph mentioned at the top of this game,
Second leg.
a
It's John to
4-0
throw
win for
first.
Rowlands, and he
Game on.
will go through.
100.
But if he loses to John O'Shea, John will be through, and so will Andreas Harrison. And that will set up a shootout in Game 5 to see who wins Group 1. This week, John O'Shea has averaged 88.44, which is ultra competitive here when you play a couple of days in Group B.
140.
38% on the doubles, nothing wrong with that. The high out of 150, which he found on Thursday. And they're the kind of numbers in weeks that would put them as favourite. But not week 3 in
85.
Series 8. This has been just a little bit extra special, and we're starting to see that more now. People are used to this place now. They're used to the practice facilities, the facilities outside the live lounge. Dart players sometimes take a bit of time to get used to their environment. And now players like John, like Richard, like Andreas, and the others, they could almost find this place blindfolded.
Yeah, it's great to see the regular faces back, but it's also great to see the new faces as well. The likes that come from the ADC, as John here looks for 81.
A
49.
lot of you might think, well, why did he go for the 12 if he didn't go for the bull? Thing is, he could go for the treble 10 if he so wishes, but if he slips into the 45,
44.
he could be left on a secondary
John, you
double as
require
opposed
32.
to a primary one. I think that was a good play from John. This is a primary double.
16.
He misses the secondary one as well, so he'll have to wait for his first leg win. Not the best start on the doubles for John. He's had 7 attempts and missed them all.
125.
Yeah, now you've got Rowlands just
John,
tapping
you
on the
require
shoulder.
16.
John O'Shea. This for a level match. Should be a good marker. Yeah, and it is.
John, a
Can
second
use that.
leg. John O'Shea.
John's been knocking around with some pretty heavy hitters over the last couple of years.
Third
Spent a lot of
leg,
time
it's
with Rob
Richard to throw first.
Cross,
Game on.
Scott Williams, Josh Rock. John is a very popular man because he's very funny, he's very intelligent,
100.
and more than anything else, he's very passionate about everything in his life, his family, his darts.
134.
He's an infectious character. That's why his World Masters win in 2019 was such a story.
Yeah, he didn't go into that as one of the top names, one of the favourites, and took that win over Scott Waits in the final. Also secured him a place in the World Championship.
100.
That World Championship didn't go too well for him. I think he's probably only halfway through his story, though.
60.
And if he's a comic book, there's still another 100 issues to go.
If he was a comic book character, we know exactly which one he'd pick.
If there was a comic book called John O'Shea, I'd buy it. Wonder how many times he would call himself John O'Shea in it.
100.
Quite a few, I'd imagine.
There you can see his angle of attack, but he doesn't like those two.
22.
Richard Rowland's pace, if we may be fair, is the slowest of any player this week, and it does upset some people. People like to get on with things. And if you can't handle waiting at the back of the stage,
140.
you probably will lose to Richard because he's a very good player, and he will make you wait.
140. Richard,
Just
you
has a little bit of
require
rhythm there.
61.
Kind of stuttered picking that third dart out of his hand, but I do agree. I think there are players that do struggle to find their rhythm against a slower placed player.
Double 18. The choice was 18 and double. And it's a very good one as well. His best leg of the night. 15 darter, and he's starting to warm up at the right time. He can't guarantee his semi-final spot in this match right away. Now he's just focused on getting the win. And then if Andreas Harrison beats O'Shea as well, we know what's going to happen. Andreas will win the group, and Richard will go through second. That is a very good scenario at the minute for the Welshman. One of two that have played here this week. The other one, someone that John O'Shea has played the last couple of nights in, Alex Small.
100.
Yeah, similarly, both Rowlands and Alec, I think we'll probably both say that their first day wasn't perhaps their best. They warmed to the occasion, but kudos to Rowlands yesterday, because he really fought to secure his place here on Saturday.
And that final game, where he averaged 105.47 to beat Rhys Robinson, the difference in averages in that game, 37 points. You don't see that every day.
140.
O'Shea's clinging on. I've got to be honest, as a player, if I was coming in on Saturday night, I'd want John's position. I'd want to play second, because he knows that if he wins one game
40
in his first match of the night, he's through. But if he doesn't, he's going to know exactly what to do in his second match. Whereas Richard, in his second game, even if he wins this match, he doesn't know.
Yeah, the format does give the players some things to think about. I guess the goal is to just go up there and just think about the win.
We talk about it every day that we are here, Monday to Saturday.
140. John, you require
Consequently,
120.
before the end of the year, we may play some Sundays. That is a wonderful dart. And it is to draw level. The face on Rowlands there when that 60 went in. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. That truly was a miraculous second dart from the Joker.
First. Game on.
Where does he get those wonderful darts?
Was that your attempt at a Welsh accent?
That was a Jack Nicholson impression, and it was terrible.
I was going to say either. I wasn't getting it.
In the original Batman movie from 1989, Jack Nicholson wants to know where Michael Keaton gets his utility belt and all of his wonderful toys, and he says,
100.
where does he get those wonderful toys?
Yeah, that was better.
I can do better, but I need to save my voice for the rest of the night. Or I can just buy one of those voice changers that they've got in Scream.
Do a whole match just through a voice changer.
I really want a player here at the Motor Super Series called Sydney.
137.
I will petition to work that week, because I am dying to say the words from Scream. Hello, Sydney.
100.
Yeah, ladies and gents, we're only 3 games in.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah.
We have had a fun week. And the players have had as well. 3 double tops on 120 twice.
140.
Yeah, don't forget that wonderful 9-dart attempt for 3 bullseyes on the 150 at the end. But I think you saw when John took out that 120, the camaraderie between the players
60.
as well. Rowlands was right up there, giving him a fist bump.
Rowlands is doing a good job of holding his throw in this match. He's playing impervious darts. And O'Shea's got to make a run for it when he's not got the first throw of the leg.
52.
Can he get himself onto something like 96 here or better to cause some problems? I think 145 was on his mind to try and get under 101.
72.
He's done a very good job already by getting to 101, only 29 points behind. But it's going to be 2 darts at double potentially here for Richard.
Game shot on the
That's
fifth
his best
leg,
finish of the
Richard
night
Roeder.
because it's clinical. And if he wins one more leg, he will become
Sixth leg,
a
it's
very
John to throw
big
first.
Andreas Harrison
Game
fan,
on.
of which there are many.
140.
Yeah, this kind of dynamic and this kind of set up for the finals night. All the pressure back on O'Shea, but that's a wonderful 140 to kick off leg number 6.
I guarantee you that nobody is thinking about leg difference at the minute.
100.
No, because the simpler option is just to find the win.
Absolutely. You think with only 3 games in qualifying on a Saturday night in a group
135.
that things would be very similar every Saturday night, and they aren't. The possibilities are almost endless. The fact that we've only had 3 9-dart shootouts in 2 years tells you everything you need to know.
80.
Yeah, O'Shea back in, really trying to put some distance between himself and Rowlands.
100.
Seems to play better when he's got the throw.
Well, it's been a bit of a feature of his Group B campaign.
Well, the numbers tell a very good story from this game. They're both averaging 94.
60. John, you require 126.
The only reason O'Shea is not in front is because of the early doubles. He won't go bull, but he's wondering what to leave.
86.
He did change his mind there, and I think that might have been based on what happened earlier in the match. He had problems on 16s and 8s, so he's decided on this occasion to leave tops.
It's also a kind of an uber safe route, because if you do just drop it in to a treble,
44. John, you
54, you
require
bust.
40.
10 is the safer option.
Game
And the
shot
right
on the
option
sixth
is
flag,
it.
John
O'Shea
O'Shea.
takes us to 3 apiece.
This is a one-leg shootout.
7th and final leg.
For
It's
Richard Rowlands.
to throw first. Game on.
If he wins it, he has a chance of qualifying. If he loses it, John O'Shea is through. But so far in this match, we have not had a break of throw.
140.
That 140 start from Welshie means we might not get one.
You get to this point in a match sometimes and just getting the one treble a visit,
59.
just ensure that. But Rowlands here, another big score, and it's going to be difficult for O'Shea to come back.
Yeah, it's been a good quality game. The best quality game of the night so far by a few points.
60.
This is a chance for O'Shea to get back in the leg. 2 treble visit he wants. He's had plenty of them. He's had 5. On top of 2 maximums.
100.
There's been nothing wrong with the scoring. The only reason he is not in front is purely because of what happened in the early part of the match. But you know as well as I do, Laura, 342.
32.
You need 3 visit for that. You can't do it in 2.
And John not able
42.
to make the most of that last visit from Rowlands.
You may have to rely on the Welshman making a mistake. Possibly more than one. Plenty of love for O'Shea in our live chat group on YouTube tonight. Don't be afraid to get in touch with us on that one. Let us know who you're cheering for, where from.
40.
But there is an error. And O'Shea could be first to a finish if he plants in an 8th 140 plus score.
Yeah, we just looks like we're actually getting to the business end of this match. Rowlands just tightening up on a few of those throws. Happens to the best players.
58.
I think it's happening to both players.
I'll make that 5 trebleless visits in a row in this final leg. That follow-through is getting a bit more erratic now, a sign of that tight arm. But boy, will he take that.
140.
That might just be the best of his 6-140 plus scores in this match. This 89 checkout is to throw the Joker into the bear pit. Because if he hits it, John O'Shea is going to have to beat Andreas Harrison to make the final 4. Double 16.
57.
If O'Shea hits this,
John, you require 142.
Welshie will wobble. Shots on. As soon as the 51 goes in, you get hopeful. And sometimes you can take your eye off the ball a little bit. It did miss by a good 2 centimetres, that shot.
110.
And it's all up to Richard.
Richard, you require
This
32.
could be to be in the semis.
Game shot.
Time will
and the
tell,
match, Richard
but he's done his
Roller.
job and he's beaten the Joker. And we know what has to happen now. John O'Shea, when he returns to the hockey in game number 5, he's going to have to beat the favourite for the title tonight to be in the final 4. It was a very good game. The averages came down in the last leg, a sign of tiredness maybe for Richard Rowlands, or maybe a bit of tightness for John O'Shea. But not having the darts in that game, it proved to be costly for O'Shea as he did not get a match dart. When we come back, it will be Montgomery looking to win the group against the final player to grace the hockey tonight. Welcome back, Mr. Must-See, Rhys Robinson.
Welcome back. Well, the entertainer is about to take to the stage here at the Modus Super Series. Reece Robinson, the self-proclaimed human highlight reel, Mr. Must-See, who made it through Group C earlier in the week, is the last player to get onto that stage this evening, and I had a chat with him earlier. Here's what he had to say. Reece, when we spoke to you before the start of play yesterday, you were a little sort of uncertain about how things had gone that week. Did yesterday change anything for you?
No, more uncertainty, if anything. I felt I played better in patches yesterday than I have done all week and showed some good games, so pretty confident.
You're often seen by us as commentators and pundits and viewers, I'm sure, as a kind of flair player, quite an exciting player, but you're very effective in getting to Saturdays. That's 7 out of 7 attempts now. It must be something that you're proud of.
Yeah, I knew it was a few times. I didn't know it was 7 from 7 now, but yeah. Mr. Efficient.
Yeah, new nickname again from Reece Robinson. What would it mean for you then to win another one and get through to another Champions Week?
With the quality of players that's in that room, probably be my best one if I can win tonight out of the others.
Is it having the audience in the arena that gives you that little bit more of adrenaline, that brings out the best in you?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I'd like to think I enjoy it a little bit more when there's a few fans and stuff like that.
You speak about the standard tonight. When you look around the practice room, are there any players that you think, if I get better than him, then I will be winning the trophy tonight?
Big bloke with a big beard.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a thorn in the side of a few, hasn't he, Andreas?
Yeah, he's playing really well.
Would it make it extra special to stop the reigning champion?
Yeah, I've had that in my head all week, to be honest. I wanted to beat him, so hopefully I can draw him at some point, final or semi, whatever.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Wow. Wow. Reece Robinson winning a match in style.
3 darts at the double. But it's 2 darts at the double for Reece Robinson.
The 18. Greatness on show for the Super Series.
Double top is the choice for Reece Robinson, who's off the mark.
Reece Robinson.
Yeah, Mr. Must-See back here at the Modus Super Series, and he called himself Mr. Efficient, didn't he? A new nickname maybe for Reece Robinson, who has had that bit of flair this week, but it has been all business most of the time from the man from Hull. However, speaking of efficiency, well, this man couldn't have been any more efficient in his opening match. Ross Montgomery getting the better of John Henderson in that showdown of the Scots with a 4-0 win, meaning he only needs one leg to qualify from this game. Robinson, of course, well, he's going to have a couple of games, the last player out, taking on both Montgomery and Henderson. But what a position that the boss has put himself in. One leg will see him through, and if he wins the match, he will win the group. So guiding you through the action is back to Paul and Laura.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. This is a particularly comfortable position that Ross Montgomery finds himself in, but he must be careful here because the man with a million nicknames is back on a Saturday night, and he loves a Saturday. So what do we call him? Do we call him Mr. Must-See? Do we call him Double R? Do we call him the highlight reel? The man with a million nicknames, or do we call him champ? In order to be champ, Laura, you've got to be in the final 4. And if he beats Montgomery, it's John Henderson who's going to feel it the most.
57.
Yeah, 100%. But I do feel that the way that Ross is playing, he is fully focused. He'll be more than aware 45. That he hadn't actually got a victory here on a Saturday, and he really is trying to right that. And as you say, he is in the best possible position.
One leg, as Murph said, will get Montgomery through to his first semi-final here in Portsmouth. A somewhat quizzical look on the face of
85.
Reece Robinson at this stage. Just a few people taking their seats after that 7-leg match between Richard Eric Rowlands and John O'Shea.
43.
Bit of a slow start to this one. Robinson has had one of the most curious weeks I can ever remember here. He's been walking around this place in many different moods.
131.
But it all stems from Monday, where he averaged high 90s. He had 2 ton-plus averages and won no games.
60. Russia
Yeah,
requires
it very much does
60.
go back to the absolute uber competitiveness of the groups this week. That's Ross Montgomery eyes up that leg that he needs.
Game shot
Yeah,
on the
no
first
problems
leg.
there.
Ross Montgomery.
14 dart, hold a throw. But there you see it. Ross Montgomery has qualified for the
Second leg.
semi-finals.
It's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Oh, how things can change. You come to Saturday, you lose both your games. You come to your second Saturday, you lose both your games. You come to your third, you win 5 straight legs. And you're in the semis just like that.
A bit of a joke going on out there with the crowd, perhaps.
Maybe a little bit of a disturbance at the back of the hall. But it hasn't stopped Montgomery making the Final Four and being the first to do it.
180.
I get the feeling that Reese has got some fans here. I just wonder, because speaking to Montgomery yesterday,
100.
he told me he doesn't look at tables. He doesn't look at permutations. He just goes into every match with the same mentality of, I want to win the game. Do you think he knows he's through?
134.
Perhaps not right now. The one thing I do know that he'll know is if he wins this, he's definitely through. And I think that's going to be the goal, as it well should be.
I think your goal for a Saturday night should be to win 4 games.
Oh, 100%. I've always said it. If you do that, you know, you just want to have your future in your hands. You don't want to be relying on other people and other results.
85.
There's somebody else who wants Montgomery to win this match as well, and that's Hendo, because that will make game number 6 of the night, the final game in Group 2, a simple shootout between Robinson and Henderson.
140. Reese require 102.
Conventional from the 2-time weekly champion.
70.
Montgomery's best finish this week
161.
is 94 before tonight. He was the only person coming into Saturday that didn't have a ton-plus checkout. Can he find the ball?
136.
Closer than his other ball earlier tonight, so he's getting closer to it.
Yeah, that was almost magnificent from the boss. But it's Robinson with the chance to level up the match.
Plenty of room to the left with the angle. Has to go to his original position.
Game shot on
Finds
the
a central
Reese
double 8 there, and he's starting to have some fun now. If I may be brutally honest about
Third
this
leg,
fixture,
it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
you couldn't possibly have 2 more different characters on the hockey. You got someone who is old school, wants to play the game with a certain etiquette.
60.
If I'm allowed to say that. Well, I've just said it, so there you go. Robinson, if you were to place a rule book in front of him, he would burn it. And he'd say, let's do it my way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
40.
Saying it before, we've talked about the flair and the various outshots of Reese Robinson, but actually a feature of Ross Montgomery's game, and the reason I would say that he's actually made the final stages is the safety of the play. It's almost
140.
I'm going to say sensible. That kind of implies boring, but it's not. It's efficient.
Served him well in a very good career. And Scotland are the most
92.
represented country tonight with 2 players. We have 5 nations here tonight. 1 from Sweden, 1 from Ireland, 1 from Wales, and the solitary English player that is Reese Robinson. It's not often we see only 1 English player on a Saturday night. In fact, that may never have happened before.
I'm sure there's some statos out there that will let us know if it has, but I'm with you. I think it's
123.
I can't recall a time that that's happened.
Consequently, when we play next week in week 4, Group A
139.
is a very continental affair. We'll talk about that later. Now, what does he want to leave?
96.
Well,
Russia requires
that was on
62.
purpose. He's not expecting to get a shot. And he may not.
Game shot on the third leg.
We
Ross
will
Montgomery.
always wonder what Reece Robinson would have done next. But it really doesn't matter. Montgomery is having his best
Fourth
Saturday
leg.
night
It's Reece to throw first. Game
on
on.
Saturday night number 3 of the year.
I don't think we have to wonder that much, considering he left it. I think the 3 balls were going to be the attempt of the incoming, but as you say, all
24.
academic. And Reece, not happy with that visit.
Notice how Ross is not getting involved at all. He's almost looking away from the oche when Robinson is approaching the board and coming away from it.
26.
If that is on purpose, that's a player who's done his homework. When you play someone who is a bit flary and a bit flaily, because he is a bit flaily, as you've just seen, if you don't want to get involved in that, don't look.
Yeah, well, if you think of the experience that Ross has had over the years in the various systems, I'm sure he's come up against players like that. You have to kind of develop a tactic
55.
that works for you.
When someone is vocalising as well, I think Montgomery knows that he's got Reece Robinson exactly where he wants him. As long as he's in front,
81.
he'll be just fine. You can talk all you want. You can flail all you want. As long as I get my 2 wins and I win the group, I get the darts in the semis. They're all positive statements.
85.
Someone is showing weakness to you. Don't show weakness back. Play with strength.
58.
Yeah, the switch didn't quite work out there for Reece Robinson. Still got that slight advantage. What can Montgomery find?
$60.
He was desperate for a treble there. Had he got on to 2-3-5, he would have been 2 singles and a 25 away from a shot at a 170. However, now he still needs trebles to get to a finish. And Robinson is already there. Robinson has played more darts this week than anyone. This is his 26th game. That's hard work.
85.
He's played early Monday, Tuesday,
Reach
Wednesday.
require
He's played
146.
afternoon darts on Thursday and Friday. And now he's playing his first nighttime session.
Yeah, he really has put in a shift, hasn't he? And I do think with players, when you've played here all week and you've put in so much, you really do want to find your best starts at the right time. And that is here, that is now, that is Saturday
42.
night.
Let's not forget as well, Robinson has had an injury scare this week. In his throwing arm, he has had some discomfort, meaning he has thrown a few different types of darts. I don't mean different tungsten.
30.
I mean the way he's
Reach
thrown.
require 104.
Some shots have been flat, some have been upright. This is double 16.
88.
It's a chance for Montgomery to get to 3-1.
Rossi
But it's a big ask for someone who hasn't had a ton plus checkout this week so far.
Yeah, he threatened the 161. Can he find the 160? Great first. But not going to go.
100.
Robinson's
Rishi
prayers have been
requires
answered.
16. Game shot
It
on the
is
fourth
2-2,
leg.
and this
Reece
group is
Robinson.
going to be as complicated as it gets.
Fifth leg. It's
The only
Ross to
thing
throw
we know
first.
at this stage is
Game
that
on.
Montgomery is through. It's not just the darts on the board that make him Mr. Must-See. He knows where the lenses are.
43.
Yeah, he does. Little nod to himself there. Definitely in high spirits. He's in a jovial mood. But trust me, as this gets closer to the finish line, it's all serious, and that's a great start.
There's been a lot made tonight of the history for Harrison. He's looking for his 5th Saturday win in the last couple of years. Nobody's done that. But if I may, Reece Robinson, if he wins tonight, he will join
26.
a litany of players who've got 3. I'm not going to name them all, but here's a few select ones. I'm going to say Conan Whitehead, I'm going to say Jim McEwen,
78.
and I'm going to say Scott Taylor, and they all have something in common. 3 Saturday wins, but they've all won a series.
That's pretty good company to be amongst.
85.
And if you think 7 from 7 is good when it comes to playing weeks and making Saturdays, he's got a way to go to join Scott Taylor, who is 10 from 10.
That does not surprise me. Not one bit.
99.
I think actually what surprises me is he hasn't converted more of those final nights into wins.
Exactly. A remarkable dart player. Had the luxury of staying up top, but the gesturing Robinson, who was first to the finish here, might be about to see Montgomery go big.
100.
I'd classify that as big.
Reach
I'd
require
concur.
167.
This would set Portsmouth alight and can't find the line. So Montgomery
89.
will go in
Rossi
with throw at the
required
moment, so he needs
56.
to convert this 56.
Doubles have been good in this game. He's at 50% again.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
keeps
fifth
closing
leg.
out his own
Montgomery.
throw. He is 1 leg away from winning his group.
6th leg. It's Reece to throw
And
first.
think about how
Game
much
on.
of an outsider he was at the start of the night. If I may be bluntly honest here.
Can we stop you?
No. Does Montgomery want Henderson to go through? Because Robinson is he's very much an unknown
60.
quantity. You don't know what's going to happen next. Would he rather see Henderson in the semi-finals because you know exactly what you're going to get from John?
180.
Yeah, perhaps. Obviously, Ross is the reason Hendo's in the position he's in. A win here for Montgomery once again. That will do John a massive favour. It'll all be back in his hands.
30.
The answer to my own question was going to be, it's not really up to him. Monty can do what he wants. He can win 2
57.
games and then put his feet up and wait. And if he wins Group 2, he will be in the 2nd semi-final. And will play the runner-up
57.
from
Reach
Group 1. And that
require
could well
130.
be him dodging Andreas Harrison. If that's the case, I'm not
90.
really sure how the night could have gone better in the first 75%.
No, I agree. And I'm loving this from Ross Montgomery. He's so far back, but doesn't give up.
180.
4 maximums in this game. Sneaky good.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
goes the
6th
distance.
leg, Reece Robinson.
Almost a 90 average
7 from final leg.
for Ross
It's
Montgomery.
to throw first.
85 and a
Game
bit
on.
for Robinson, which is just a little under what he has done this week. His range,
100.
where do I start? 107 is his best average of the week. That was a losing game, by the way. His lowest, 40 points less than that.
Yeah. And I think I
60.
don't think he could have explained it better himself. I guess this week you could add another name. He's been Mr. Inconsistent, which he's not always.
If we give him any more nicknames, I'm going to need more ink in my pen.
60.
But of all of the people watching on YouTube, I'm sure there are some golfers out there. And you know of one person who can smack a ball about 350 yards. And every now and again, they'll hit it straight down the middle. And you'll think, wow, that's incredible. Reece Robinson's like that, figuratively speaking. But every now and again, he's going to spray the ball left and right about 100 yards off the fairway. But when he gets it right, he can get it very right. Just like now. Now, what does he want to do here? I think the 57's the play, because I'd rather leave 136. Don't listen to me.
Yeah, you can see there, he liked that visit. All pressure back on Montgomery.
If Mr. Must See is clicking into gear here at the right time, this could be
45.
all about the 19s.
Reach you require 133.
57, 2 double 19s is a play. But he's gone conventional.
93.
If Robinson hits this, John Henderson has got a huge uphill battle in a couple of games' time. And he's won the last leg. So Ross Montgomery is through. And I think that was a bit of a wet lettuce handshake. I'm not sure these two are simpatico when it comes to playing on the stage, if I may be brutally honest. But that man has done a job, and he's got 2 points out of the boss. 88.49 the average, and 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Montgomery did his job. We will see him in the semis. But as for the next game, we're going to see the defending champion once again, and he's up against John O'Shea.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series and what has been a very eventful evening here on Saturday night. And the last game, well, it had plenty of drama, didn't it? But in a match between the Joker and Dirty Harrison, I suppose we should be asking what the script says and what is required for John O'Shea. Well, a victory. Simple. After defeat in his opening match against Richard Eric Rowlands, who Andreas Harrison had earlier beat, O'Shea needs to get the better of the reigning Super Series champion to ensure that he goes through with it. There is no result that can eliminate Harrison at this point. He's safe. He's into the semi-finals, but it's about whether or not it's O'Shea that goes through alongside him, or whether Rowlands will take a semi-spot. So guiding you through this one, it is back to Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Many thanks, Chris. It's all down to the Joker now. Can he play his Joker card? And when the Joker plays the Joker card,
57.
people are eliminated. Literally.
Well, hopefully it won't quite come to that level.
Yeah,
But
we don't need anything sinister on a Saturday night.
59.
Dirty Harrison looks fairly sinister. He looks like if you give him an axe, he would chop you down. But he's done his job.
31.
The Joker needs to win the match. And if he wants to top the group,
61.
he needs to win 4-2 or better.
$134.
yeah, and I do wonder if O'Shea this time, with the advantage of throw over Harrison, how much of an advantage that would be, because we saw in that match against Rowlands, that became a bit of his undoing.
I think tonight is the poster child
101.
of not talking about averages. Because John, who lost his first game against Richard Eric Rowlands, has actually had the biggest average of the night.
140.
Meaning that the three-figure average number is meaningless.
Yeah, we always say it. They're just a guide. Maybe quite a good guide, but a guide nonetheless.
Andreas, you require 156.
It's not haymaker time for the newly crowned beard to be feared. He seems to have taken that
John, you
title of
require
Simon
38.
Whitlock. John's going to go for double 14.
10.
He will wonder how the
Andreas, you
double
require
14 did not get hit there.
96.
That really was close.
And is that a huge opportunity gone begging? Harrison, he's 36
Game shot on
and
the
finds
first leg,
36.
Andreas Harrison.
Honestly, if Andreas Harrison was to walk down Oxford Street in London, all the
Second
pockets
leg,
there
it's
would be
Andreas to
empty.
throw first. Game on.
He made that 96 look simple.
59.
I do wonder who he's on a collision course with here tonight. It's not just O'Shea. It's not just Richard Eric Rowlands, who he dispatched very
43.
simply by 4 legs to 1 earlier. He made an 89 average look mundane.
Yeah, and he's back in the red bit.
100.
Almost felt like that was a given.
There have been times this week where he has stalled in the blocks but still won. And then after that,
46.
he's kicked into gear.
Say to get the 4-1 win in that opening match over Rowlands.
56.
An 89 average is nothing to be, it's not too shabby, but by his standards and what we've seen this week, is that the stall in the blocks, and are we seeing the kick-off?
121.
I wonder how Andreas is feeling right now. I wonder if he knows he's already through, because some people just don't take any notice of the tables. He does strike me as the kind of player
138.
who just gets up there and does his thing and sees how the chips fall. But he is safe. He is in the final 4.
100.
But I'm sure he would like
Andreas
what I like to call a
68.
Bradley Roos week. Win Group A, win Group 1, win the title. That's exactly what Bradley Roos did in week 3 of the last series, and he's won leg 2 here for a 2-0 lead. John O'Shea is in big trouble, and he was always going to be in trouble playing this guy tonight.
It's John to throw first. Game on.
We've actually got quite a lot of players in our chat. Niall Cullerton's watching.
98.
Johan Brouwer's watching. Hope you're well, Johan. He made Saturday on his debut.
Yeah, just making the Saturday, be it your debut or not, it's no mean feat. But I just think other players watching on, Harrison is just
57.
starting to go up the gears.
He really is going up the gears. The scoring efficiency can be seen and heard from our referee Jack Garwood.
140.
And O'Shea cannot play the same way that he did against Rowlands. He can't constantly chase. He's got to attack. Remain there for the remainder of this game, otherwise another semi-final for John is not going to happen. And that is a face of resignation.
120.
Yeah, as players, we do have funny things that stick in our mind, and that reaction to me just kind of probably sums up how he feels his night is going.
But he can fix it.
John, you require 86.
Get this. And then you can attack Andreas' throw next. Bullseye for O'Shea.
61. Andreas, you require 95.
O'Shea missed doubles before. Harrison took out the 96. Can he add the 95?
Double top.
55. John, you require 25.
I hasten to say that he can't miss this.
17.
That double 8 bed tonight
Andreas,
has not been that kind
40.
to him. Double top for Harrison.
Game shot on the
And he's
third
merciless.
leg. Andreas Harrison.
I'll tell you who's enjoying this. That's Richard Eric
Full
Rowlands.
flag. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Harrison is very, very happy right now.
57.
And in terms of scoring, John's done a lot of good things. He's been in a position to actually beat 2-1 up, but that outer ring has proven very troublesome for the Irishman.
47.
By getting to this position, he can now open his shoulders. He's going to win the group. He's going to have the darts in the semi-finals, and I suppose the biggest question now is,
60.
Can anybody stop him?
Yeah, one of the things that we spoke about at the top of the show was you want to kind of get into him early. If you can do that, you might stand a chance. He's such a strong player anyway. He's got the
94.
all-round game, but as a front runner, he's extraordinarily strong.
96.
I've always thought that was one of the nicest compliments, to be a really good front runner. It means that they're very good at getting in
58.
front.
Yeah, but not just getting in front, but staying in front. They become
Absolutely.
increasingly hard to
It's
catch.
2 compliments in 1.
Yeah. What you need to do with those type of players is just not let them get in front. Easier said than done.
140. Andreas, you require 152.
O'Shea has had 6 darts at a double in this match. Andreas has had 4. There have been chances for
85.
John,
John, you require 158.
but this is slim pickings now. It's on though. And it's
Game shot
there.
on the fourth flag, John O'Shea.
He will fight and scrape and claw as long as he can.
Fifth flag, it's John to throw first.
If he can
Game
get out
on.
of this now, this would be comeback or one of the comebacks of the week. There was a situation involving
100.
Richard Eric Rowlands in Group C earlier in the week. He was 3-0 down and he won 4-3.
100.
That is what John must do now. But he's got to do it against a slightly different canvas.
100.
I suppose if we're talking about the Joker, this is where the chaos has got to be introduced.
Yeah, and that 158 was a good way to kick it off.
100.
Now just needs to back it up.
We're trying to G John up from the commentary box. The next 3 legs must be like a pencil. You've got to make it disappear.
123. $41.
Yeah, and a rare trebleless visit there from Harrison. John once again in a position we can just put a bit of a gap between them.
Things have changed.
43.
And finishes like 158 do change matches. But has he left it just a little late?
Yeah, it's still an uphill climb here for O'Shea. You say finishes like that, we saw the same thing
Johnny
with
require
Rowlands
135.
early in his Group C campaign with the 153.
Yeah, good point. It's 125 now.
75.
He's got it surrounded. He left himself somewhat fortunately on a single to double combination now.
$97. John, you require 60.
To stay alive. He's
John,
very
the
much
fifth leg.
alive.
John
2 legs in a
O'Shea.
row for the Joker. And if Richard Eric Rowlands has got any fingernails left, he'll be chewing on them.
6th leg. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
It's all about the leg difference now and the win. Because Richard has 2 points and -2.
140.
If O'Shea wins the match, he will have 2 points and even. The worst that Harrison can do is 2 points and +2. That's why he's won the group already.
100.
I love these fine margins on a Saturday.
I'm glad you're here. I've got fingers and toes.
60.
You didn't get your abacus?
I didn't get it, nope.
On a one-day rush? Add that one up.
140.
That's a brilliant 140 from O'Shea. That is his 5th of this contest, and I levelled the tiniest bit of criticism at John in his first match. I said
84.
his tons column wasn't good enough. He's fixed that. He's got 9 ton plus scores in this one, and those 5 140 pluses.
Yeah, you think one of those 140
60.
pluses was that impressive? 158.
But Harrison has got himself into position to win the match now. 6 darts from 217 will get it done, and that was a
121.
fabulous last dart. And he's left the number that has given him his biggest finish of the match so far.
134.
John O'Shea, if he's a religious man right now, might put
96.
both of his hands together and pray that he gets a look. And he's going to get a look.
40.
Is it going to go down
Johnny
to a one-leg
requires
shootout?
67.
He might need the bull. And does. Oh,
Game
John
the
O'Shea.
6th leg. John O'Shea.
Reaching deep. He's still alive, but how alive will he be in the next 3 minutes?
7th and final leg. It's John to throw first.
This really could be one of
Game
the
on.
best comebacks if John O'Shea can find a way to hold his throw here. And I do slightly blame myself after kind of saying that how good a front runner Harrison was.
60.
That 158 just completely changed the dynamic of the match.
Very rarely do you see somebody win from 3-0 down on a Saturday.
Very rarely do you see Andreas Harrison
100.
put under this kind of pressure.
Not very many times this week. A lot of his wins have been by distances.
100.
What is John's mindset in this final leg?
140.
He doesn't want to lose his throat. And treble 19 comes to his aid again. The one dart lead. How long does it last?
25.
Wow.
That is a dream visit for the Irishman.
Really is. How things can change in a match.
If there's a camera in the practice room, I'm sure the Welshman in this group
95.
cannot watch. John O'Shea, maybe Lazarus.
140.
Oh, he's left 96 again.
John, you require 112.
Can O'Shea finish the comeback in style? On the bull again? Too much to ask.
42.
Is it going to be another
you
chance?
require 96.
Or is it going to be heartbreak for the Joker?
Game shot.
It's heartbreak for the Joker.
Andreas Harrison.
He did everything he could, but he only came up one shot short. And Richard Eric Rowlands, who only just found his way through Group C because of Lee Cox not being able to find the wins that he needed, he found his way to Saturday night, and now he's in the semi-finals with the group winner, Dirty Harrison. This is what we've just seen. Harrison with a 91 average, and he only got 6 starts at a double, but it was enough to dispose of the Joker. When we come back, it is the final group game, and it is Rhys Robinson up against John Henderson, who has got an even taller task.
It is time to find out who the last semi-finalists will be here at this Super Series Saturday. It's week 3 of Series 8. The Series 7 champion is there, Andreas Harrison. He's joined by Richard Eric Rowlands and Ross Montgomery. Now, it's over to John Henderson and Reece Robinson. And all the cards are stacked against Hendo here. The Highlander is going to have to win, and he's going to have to win big. Only 4-0 or 4-1 in his favour will see him through. Any other outcome in this match, and Reece Robinson makes it through to the final four. Guiding you through it, it's back to Laura and Paul.
I am sure that Reece Robinson knows he only needs 2 legs. But what a tall task this is for Hendo. A slow start tonight, losing to Montgomery for the first time this week. But if he loses to Robinson as well, that will be his first defeat to Robinson too.
Reece to throw first. Game on.
As if things aren't bad enough, Hendo's got to do it against the throw. So simply put, Hendo's got to win 4-0 or 4-1. Otherwise, he will not make the final four.
Yeah, lots of things to consider for Henderson. Still not quite getting that line right.
21.
And I think something that started to creep in into the early hours of this morning and yesterday.
78.
But you obviously know John a lot better than I do, and I don't think he's the kind of guy to start panicking. He said himself he lost his opening match in Group A, lost his opening match
121.
in Group B, but I do wonder, he can't really afford to do that, and in the style that he done it when he lost 4-0 to Ross Montgomery.
We've just seen John O'Shea, who left himself a lot to do, but ultimately it was just a little too much to do.
99.
I do fear that maybe John has done the same. You come into your second game and you think, I've just got to win. That's fine. I can win 4-0, 4-1, 4-2 or 4-3. That I can handle. But when you've got to beat someone who's won 2 weekly titles before and who has had some pretty good stuff this week, when you've got to beat them by a
28.
certain number, it's really difficult to program your thoughts into winning by a certain margin.
140.
But because you've been here a few times, been through a different group scenario many times, I suppose it's just par for the course.
51. Reece, you require 44.
It's for the opening leg, needs double 16. Double 8. Well, not major damage done because Henderson obviously back on 181.
Got to put yourself in position, and that has been his miss. Too many single ones in this first leg.
121.
But what he would give for Reece Robinson to make a mistake here. The mistake has been made.
John, you require
And this
60.
is against the throw. Can he get past that one for tops? He's lost the line again.
Reece, you require 4.
That has been the tale of his night. He's gone flat. He's trying not to block it.
Game shot on the
He's
first
won the first leg, so
Reece
one more
Robinson.
for Reece Robinson will put us in the position of saying it will not be a big Hendo
Second leg,
weekend.
it's John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, needs absolute perfection from here on in, does John Henderson.
121.
There are stacks of John Henderson fans around the world watching this.
128.
I'm sure they were all thinking that tonight could be his second weekly title after winning early in 2023. But he's now in the position that John O'Shea was in the previous match. If it goes 3-1 Henderson, it's then a one-leg shootout again.
100.
Yeah, but Henderson's predicament is still slightly more precarious than that of John O'Shea's because he now can't afford to lose anything. And Reece Robinson, he's shown tonight quite a bit of flair. I will say he seems a bit more subdued in this match. I think he realises the task ahead of him.
140.
He is a little bit more subdued, isn't he? think the most relaxed person in group number 2 is Ross Montgomery.
42. Reese, you
He
require
could even feel
133.
very relieved that he's in the semis for the first time. Hendo's going to need to hit this shot now. 70 left for Robinson. He's left himself on 56. That was a
Jack 77.
different play.
John, you require
That was treble 14 for
130.
double. But you do feel this has got to go now. And if it does,
Reese, you
John's
require
just going to have to
56.
chalk this up to one of those days. Double top.
Game shot on the
And
second
Reese
leg.
Robinson
Reese
will take
Robinson.
his spot into the semi-finals. It's not going to be Hendo's
Third
day.
leg, it's Reese to
It's
throw
not going to be
first.
Hendo's week.
Game on.
And the semi-finals in week 3 will not include the World Senior Champion.
45.
You know, we kind of touched on it. Actually, we did with John throughout the week. How much difference it made to him playing, not qualifying through Group 8,
100.
not having those couple of days rests. And he said himself, well, actually, when he won his week here, he had actually played through from Group 8 into Group B and was hoping that that was a bit of an omen that tonight
100.
could be the night he picked up a second title. But as you say, not to be. But you do wonder, I do felt he looked a bit fatigued going into yesterday and how much it takes out of you, because this is day number 6 of consecutive darts for John Henderson.
It will take it out of you, that's for sure.
60.
Reese now might have something else on his mind. Winning the group.
100.
If he does win the group, he will dodge Harrison in the semis. And he would play Richard Eric Rowlands in the second semi with the throw.
42. John, you require 81.
But he can't afford to win this match 4-3 for that to happen.
Game shot
Maybe a
on the
little
third
bit too
leg.
late here for John.
Henderson.
And as soon as the pressure is off, he finds a 12-darter.
Fourth leg, it's John
Yeah,
to
that
throw first.
Quite often
Game
is
on.
the way. But I would wager that Reese Robinson would want to do everything in his power to try and avoid Harrison, because that has been his Achilles heel of the week.
He's been everybody's.
True.
108.
Oh, what a leg. And now we see that $1 million Hendo smile. We still have never seen a 9-darter on a Saturday night in Portsmouth.
41.
And now that I've said that, I've probably put the hex on it.
Yeah, we're not allowed to mention them. Not yet, anyway.
All week long,
140.
he's looked likely after getting the first max. And interestingly, after seeing Andreas Harrison go for 171 on visit 2, how focused is Robinson right now on getting the group win? Because he didn't bother with 19s. He forgot about flair, and he's concentrating on the job at the minute.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to be said for that. And as I say, it just feels like a slightly tuned down version of Reese Robinson that's come out in this match against Henderson versus that took on Montgomery.
2-8. And it's
No
not
score.
another 12-darter.
John, you require
Could have been
80.
back-to-back 12s. Could be back-to-back legs for John.
$60.
Now
Reese, you
Robinson has to go back to
41.
41 instead of 3 darts at a double. So he changes the plan.
$21.
Didn't look comfortable on dart
John,
3
you
there.
require 20.
No, and Henderson, chance here to level up at 2 apiece.
Game
And
shot
finds
on
the
the
target.
fourth
We
leg.
are at
John
2-all.
Henderson.
You might be thinking at the minute,
Fifth leg, it's
why
Reese to
couldn't
throw
it just be a
first.
shootout match?
Game on.
I'd still be in, but the damage was done against Montgomery, losing that game 4-0, and it just communicates to anybody who comes here or anybody who watches, if you lose a group game 4-0, that is catastrophic.
100. So you're relying on other things and other people. You don't want to be in that position.
Some people would like to have the option. Just being here on a Saturday night
91
is an ambition for some people. Getting here and doing it is a very different thing.
Yeah, it's my week here at the
100
when we did the women's week. First ambition was just a win on the stage, and I didn't even manage that on the first day. Got there on the second, so that's good enough for me. It's a start.
76.
It's not easy. Hendo's line, since he lost that second leg,
100.
has been impeccable. Such a curious thing. Trying to leave 94.
100.
But maybe the treble 18 was the better player there.
Yeah, I quite like the fact that Reece Robinson shouted move over as if to tell himself to move over, which he then
85.
obliged.
Rishi require 134.
It's a somewhat schizophrenic approach.
56. John, you require 76.
To take the lead. Double top.
Game
John
shot on the
Henderson
fifth
might have the
leg.
final
John
say.
Henderson. 6th leg. It's John to throw first. Game on.
There's one thing I can be certain about is,
140.
despite John Henderson not being able now to make it through to the semi-finals, I can't see him wanting to leave that stage without at least a win under his belt.
60.
He wants to have his say in how things turn out.
In order to win this group now, Robinson needs to win the last 2 legs.
40.
And if Henderson wins one more, he will say goodbye to Reece Robinson and everybody else, but he will be throwing Robinson to the
100.
favourite in the next game. He will have minimal time to recover. That's what I mean about Hendo having the last
58.
laugh.
John, you require 121.
And Hendo winning from this position in this leg is very likely.
57. $60.
64
Johnny requires
to get a win,
64.
but to fall short. Double top. And that's the final dart that John Henderson will throw here this week. He's eliminated, but Reece Robinson, who is through, has now got a very big problem in the semi-finals. He must take on Andreas Harrison, and in semi-final 2, it's going to be Ross Montgomery up against Richard Eric Rowlands. What do you think of tonight? It's been up and down, hasn't it? John Henderson has a very good performance, one of the best we've seen tonight. But it's not good enough, and the World Senior Champion is gone.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot on the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, double 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back, and welcome back to the studio, Laura. It's been an interesting evening, hasn't it? What's stood out for you?
Yeah, it hasn't kind of gone to form, to be fair. I think most people would have expected Hendo to have pushed on a bit further than he did. Okay, finished on a high, but the same with John O'Shea. What a fight back, but just wasn't enough. But I think the key thing is Harrison is still up for that record, and he's looking dangerous.
He really is. Let's just dissect the results from those group games. I mean, you just mentioned it there, Laura. John O'Shea, he has to be really disappointed. Both games going down 4-3, and in both of them, he was on a reasonable finish when his opponent went out.
Yeah, just like you say, you've just got to feel for him. But that is darts. That's the way it goes. I mean, the game against Rowlands, it kind of just all went with throw, but he had the advantage in that last leg, just couldn't make the most of it. But that's testament to the strength of Harrison as well. But kudos, that 158 really changed things around from 3-0 down to bring it back to 3-all. That's tough against a player like Andreas.
It absolutely is. And there were some big finishers in there as well from John O'Shea. So we don't want to sort of let him go without his own little highlight reel. He's been really impressive this week, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. I mean, he's always a great character to have as well. But he's really backed it up on the Oki. And you see that 158 that we just mentioned. But yeah, he's been a joy to have here this week, and it's a shame that he just couldn't push it on one leg further.
Yeah, a really good bailout on the bullseye here as well, and we saw how much it meant to him to sort of try and stay in the event. As for John Henderson, the other guy that's leaving, obviously won his last match there, but the damage is done when you lose 4-0, really, isn't it, in your opener?
Yeah, Paul said it himself, to lose 4-0 in this group stage, it's nigh on impossible to get out of. Okay, mathematically it is, but then you just can't afford to make mistakes. Made a couple too early, and then all of a sudden seemed to come alive, and sometimes that's just the way it goes. So unfortunate for John, just didn't get started early enough.
On the other side of the coin, the man that beat him 4-0, Ross Montgomery, had never actually won on a Saturday night before. He put that right pretty quickly and pretty well, didn't he?
Yeah, did it emphatically, didn't he? But not just that, hadn't actually got a win over Henderson either. So, two things checked off his list. But he's just looking really focused. He's really going about his business. He's doing everything, sensibly, very efficiently. And yeah, he's getting the results that he needs. So fair play.
Slightly less focused in his match against Reece Robinson. There was a few little sort of glances exchanged in that one, wasn't there? And Reece seemed to sort of play into that a little bit as well in that game.
Yeah, and I think, it's probably that they're two very, very different characters. I mean, Ross is very much about going about the business, all about the darts and on the Oki, whereas obviously Mr. Mussey, he's got that bit of flair, and he was using that to his advantage in the match and got the result in the end, which then obviously made it all very difficult for the rest of the field. Yeah, and that leg we just saw proved to be the decisive leg in that group, didn't it? Because with Henderson beating Reece, had he not won that decider, he would have been heading home. Yeah, absolutely. So it's those fine margins in those group stages, and it's what makes it so exciting. You can never really plan. You think you know what's going to happen, and then obviously it all goes a bit different.
The one player we've not mentioned yet, Richard Eric Rowlands, who in his group was made the outsider by the bookmakers. Myself and Paul Nicholson couldn't believe it. Felt he had a chance to get through. He has got through. Not just that, he's now in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and again, he's kind of just almost going under the radar, isn't he? It was a narrow win, but it was still a convincing performance against John O'Shea. He's proving to be very, very dangerous, and he's warming to the task. It's taken him a while to get going, but if he can keep maintaining that, then again, it wouldn't surprise me if any four of them would lift the trophy tonight.
Is he a little bit in the same kind of vein as Andreas Harrison, just that really consistent sort of stoic steadiness that we'll see you progress over a week?
Yeah, I think so, very much. I think for me as well, with Rowlands especially, he's just losing that bit of concentration at times that you don't see from Harrison, and also getting that bit of tension in his arm, which is making him pull to the left and to the right. If he can relax and actually write that and then just feel a bit more comfortable on the oche, then yeah, I think we're going to see more big things like that amazing 153 we saw in the week.
Right, on Andreas Harrison, what have you made of him this week tonight? It's very difficult to come back as a defending champion. Not many people have made it back to Champions Week, but he's just sort of taking it in his stride, isn't he?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less. I mean, he's a very humble character, as we saw from his interview, but he just loves the game. He wants to play, and boy, can he play. He demonstrated that in Group A, absolutely dominated it, and he's backed it up. Shaky start maybe, just a bit slow to get going, but again, he's proven why he's the champion.
And the other players know that as well. Rhys Robinson, for example, referenced it in his interview at the start of the night. Now he's got to play him in the semi-finals.
Yeah, and I found it really interesting because he was all kind of having a bit of fun and games in his game against Montgomery, but when it actually came to the crunch, he was really focused against Henderson. It was a different attitude, and I really do think a lot of that was just to try and avoid Harrison. He said it himself. I don't think he's relishing this challenge because he's come undone every single time this week.
Yeah, and it's got worse for him as well as the week's gone on. 4-2 Monday, 4-1 Tuesday, 4-0 Wednesday. But he's the kind of player that I can imagine him, Rhys Robinson, sitting in his hotel room stewing on that. I'm going to get him on Saturday. Well, now he's got his chance, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, this is all you can do. You just put yourself into that position. You make sure that you've got your chance. He's got it, but he's going to have to really, focus. Forget about what's happened because it's happened. The idea is to get here. He's here now, but it's easy for me to sit here and say forget about it. He's got to do it.
In your opinion, which Rhys should walk onto that stage? Because we've seen the full quota of Rhyses that are available this week. Which one should he use to approach a match against Harrison?
Yeah, I think, he likes playing with flair. I think he has to play how he likes playing. He likes that, but it's getting that shot at the right time. I think we said it earlier on. If you've got the 150 in front of you and you're behind, go sensible. I know it might not be quite as fitting and it's not quite as exciting for everyone else, but you play the averages. I mean, if you're cruising and you've got it, fair enough. But if not, I think, just play the averages.
A quick word on that second semi as well. The way that things changed quickly in the previous match, Ross Montgomery and Richard Rowlands, probably two players that went under the radar this week and indeed tonight. One of them's going to be in the final. Which one do you see being the most likely?
Yeah, I think I'd side with Ross, and it feels really awful because, again, it's Rowlands, I know what he can do, but I just think the consistency and the focus that Ross has shown tonight, I think that should win him through. But like I say, if Rowlands can just relax that little bit up on that oche and make sure that, the kind of snatchy darts disappear, then it's going to be, I can see it going 4-3.
And in this one, Harrison, or does the title defence end here?
No, I've backed Harrison from the start. I think he's been phenomenal. I think, again, could have his hands full with Robinson. I think Robinson's out for revenge, but that might be actually his undoing at the same time. So I think Harrison's got the edge.
Right, thanks for your thoughts. We'll let you go and enjoy. It is time to get the semi-finals underway. Andreas Harrison continues that title defence against Rhys Robinson. Semi-final one is about to get underway.
It's heartbreak for the Joker. He did everything he could. And Rhys Robinson will take his spot into the semi-finals.
Here we go then. It is the reigning champion against that man there, Mr. Must-See, Rhys Robinson, who earmarked this fixture earlier this evening, hoping to take Harrison down in either the semis or final. It is the semi-final for Reese. A quick turnaround for him as well. Back on the stage after that match with John Henderson. Can the man from Hull, who has had a couple of victories on Saturday nights here at the Super Series, be the one that ends the series champions title defence, or will the Swede remain his steady self and carry on course, of course, to that record, 5 straight Saturday night successes here at the Super Series? This is going to be an interesting one. 2 different characters on the hockey. It's Robinson against Harrison, and guiding you through it, Nicholson and Turner.
Thank you very much indeed. It is an uphill task, this time for Robinson, because he has not beaten Harrison this week. We'll get into that in a second. But is Mr. Must-See going to be Mr. Win 3 in week 3? Time will tell, but to have that chance, he's got to go through the favourite. And maybe this is the right time not to believe in love,
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
but to believe in yourself.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
It's Saturday night and I've just quoted Lisa Stansfield. What's going on? So here we go. He's got the darts because he won his group. But without further ado, Laura, this is what he's done against Robinson this week. 3 matches, 3 ton plus averages, and these are the exact numbers because they are frightening. 109.46 is the average that Harrison has against Robinson this week. He's also 75% on doubles against him this week.
108.
And it's going to continue by the looks of it. Even after 9 darts thrown in this semi-final, Robinson is thinking, not again.
85.
Yeah, I can assure you that is already going through his mind. It's quite interesting when a person or a player, they bring up an opponent right at the beginning of the session.
69.
You know full well that that person, that's bothering them. And sometimes as dart players, or as just sports people, you can just try that bit too hard to get the result that you so desperately
60.
want.
Absolutely.
Andreas, you require 112.
You can want something too much. He's on a double after 12. No shock there. But for the night, he's the only player averaging over 90.
36.
It's just a shade over that mark. He's pulled that one quite far left.
Yeah, that to me was a dart that was thrown going, don't hit 9, don't hit 9. Assured that,
121.
maybe that's just me.
Andreas, you require 18.
I was going to say he's got a choice.
Game shot on the first
But
leg.
that was door number
Andreas
1
Harrison.
and leg number 1 going to the Swede. It could well be
Second leg.
3 weeks of Series 8 and
Game on.
3 different countries into Champions Week. The only person who can stop that is Reese
60.
Robinson. We have an Englishman and a Canadian. If Robinson goes out, it's going to be a Swede, a Scot, or a Welshman joining Jim
66.
Long and Tom Sykes.
I do think though, if you're the series champion, as we see in Andreas Harrison, the battle to actually get back into that position, you have to come
44.
back right at the start. Quite often when you win a high-end tournament, you're almost invited back. Doesn't work here. It wouldn't work with the format. So it's quite a lot of hard work. And for me, it would
43.
be great to see Harrison there, just to see if he could defend the title that he's holding at the moment.
It's getting to the stage now where Harrison is a bit like MVG was on the European Tour a few years ago. He turns up and he expects the jackpot immediately. Doesn't even consider the second place prize.
You see him, that side profile there when he's throwing, it's just so easy. Such a, it's like a very gentle hold on the dart, but puts it in the board with precision.
Yeah, really nice positions. But the follow-through, for me, is fascinating.
135.
The wrist flops forward, which is the way the wrist is supposed to. It's not supposed to go sideways. That causes repetitive strain injuries. But it's not a full extension of the arm either. It's just under full extension.
57. Andreas, you require 157.
He might have 6 from here. He's hoping he does.
100.
Can Robinson find
Reese, you require
a flash of brilliance to inspire himself in the final 4?
Well, Murph and I were just kind of talking about that.
75.
And I just think there
Andreas,
is
you
a
require
time and a
57.
place. And I get it. It's how you play. But maybe the wrong decision, and
Game
proven
shot
to
on
be
the
the wrong
second
decision
leg.
as Andreas
Andreas
breaks the
Harrison.
throw.
There are plenty.
Third leg.
But I'm
It's
with you.
Andreas to throw first.
I don't think that
Game
was the
on.
right time. I don't think Harrison is bothered.
Yeah, but I think
100.
I think perhaps Robinson, the way he was on the stage and interacting with the crowd against Montgomery, that might start to irk someone like Ross Montgomery. I don't think Andreas Harrison could be bothered by particularly very much at all.
140.
I completely agree. Look at the way he's played against Reese all week. The way that Harrison
100.
has been able to withstand a lot of opponents over the last 6 to 9 months, and particularly a little bit longer here in Portsmouth. You could hit him with a brick and he wouldn't notice.
180.
Look how much he flinches when that 180 goes in.
$45.
He must have skin about as thick as the crust of the earth. Nothing bothers him.
140.
But this leg might.
Yeah, the only time that you ever really see a bit of a reaction is kind of when he does have the occasional off throw, but look how he bounces back with the disappointment of a 45. Max in a 180.
Reese, you require 41.
3 words going through the mind of Reese. Leave me alone. And that's not how you fend him off.
No score.
The pressure
Andreas,
from
you
the
require
maximum,
76.
it has told. And he's looking for 5 perfect darts.
68.
A rare mistake.
Reese, you require 41.
And Robinson comes back for 41 instead of 3 darts at the outer ring.
Yeah, interesting that, because he did that in his last match. Opted to change.
Game shot on the third
But
leg.
this time it
Reese
has panned
Robinson.
out. Yeah, I think he enjoyed getting the double. Maybe a bit of irony there.
Fourth leg. It's Reese to throw first. Game on.
I admire people who can have fun under this kind of pressure. But maybe Reese understands that all of the pressure's on Andreas. All of the history
140.
on the line. The expectations. But I think if he knew Andreas the way that we think we do,
97.
he doesn't think about these things. Luke Littler was like that when he was here. He didn't care.
100.
All he wanted to do was play. And I believe Andreas is exactly the same. But the scoring of Robinson in the last couple of legs, it has changed.
100.
Second leg in a row, he's had 5 treble 20s out of 6 darts.
I think they're both probably feeling it for very, very different reasons.
50.
So if Robinson can just focus on the task in hand, which is winning this match, and forget about what's happened in the past. As I said before, it's easy for me to sit here and say that. It's not
58.
quite so easily done.
Reese, you require 131.
Yeah, why do something flashy in this spot when you've got 6 darts from it?
91.
That's exactly what you want. He just won't leave him alone. He'll constantly pressurise him. And he's now got more maximums
Reese, you
than
require
Robbo.
40.
Have they got the same amount of legs? They may
Andreas
never have the
requires
same amount of legs
66.
in this contest if Harrison's got something to do with this.
Yeah, this is where he can punish. Double 16.
34. Risha required 20.
Robinson maybe getting away with it in this leg.
He has gotten away with it.
Fourth flag, Rhys
We have a level
Robinson.
game. Hendo at the back of the hall watching on. He's curious as to who's going to make the final.
Fifth flag.
This
it's
is not
Andreas
the
for
first game this week
Game on.
between these two that has had 5 maximums. On Monday morning,
140.
Rhys had 5 against Harrison, and he lost 4-2. That was the point of the week where Robinson had
40.
something in his mind akin to, if I had 5 darts, I wouldn't win a match. But this match isn't even over. We've got a guarantee of at
60.
least 2 more legs.
You reckon this has got another 4-3 written all over it?
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's been the way of all the groups this week. I feel that no one's apart from Harrison in Group A, no one's overly dominated.
I have a question for you, Laura. If you're Ross Montgomery right now, or Richard Eric Rowlands,
45.
who would you rather play? Would you rather play Harrison, who's predominantly been the best player of the week? Or would you rather play
140.
Mr. Erratic?
Well, yeah, I think you've kind of answered your own question there with that final answer. Of course, I think Harrison is the one in form, and Harrison's the one that's shown that he's got the levels this week.
60.
That's no disrespect to Rhys Robinson whatsoever, because anyone that beats, if he goes on and beats Harrison, that's a big victory.
I think Montgomery would rather play Harrison.
105.
It would be probably more akin to how he likes to play. Just get on with it.
And another reason on top of that, if you're going to win the week,
Risha
you
require
do want to beat the best player along the way. But this is up to Mr. Must-See. He does not get a 57.
56.
And Harrison is
Andreas
constantly
required
leaving himself
96.
on 96. It's going to have to be a different route this time. And things are slipping away.
36.
Watch out, flat dart.
Risha
It's coming in.
requires 60.
Now, tops for the lead. Doesn't look awkward.
40.
Turned out it was a little bit, and he went to the
Andreas
left-hand side of
required
tops.
60.
Has Harrison just got away with one?
Game
He
shot on the
has.
fifth flag. Andreas Harrison.
Do you also think that kind of big intake of breath was just a bit of an acknowledgement from Rhys
Sixth
that
flag,
that
it's
was a
Rhys to
big
throw
dart? Because
first.
if he's got any chance
Game
of
on.
winning, he needs to find a way to break, and that was a break opportunity.
He might not get another one.
60.
He's still having fun. And you can have fun when you're playing big games. Sometimes we do forget to smile when we're under pressure.
99.
And it can alleviate the feeling of pressure when you do that. But if he wants to be back
100.
a little bit later in the series, in week 13, he might need a few more of those. That's the 6th maximum of this match.
Yeah, the scoring element of this match has been
83.
pretty high standard. It's just been a few badly timed trouble on the outer ring for both of them, which sees us at 3-2 to Harrison.
140.
The averages aren't that different to what we've seen most of the night.
140.
Mid to high 80s.
Risha require 121.
And we may just get that last leg decider that you wanted, Laura.
Oh, it just has a feeling that it's kind of
53.
inevitable.
Oh, he's looking for an unnecessary 171.
133. Risha requires
To
68.
stay alive, he needs to find this. Double 4 for the 2-time weekly champion to stay in with a chance of another.
taking his time, geeing himself up. Can he use it as a marker? He can't. He's the wrong
60.
side.
Andreas, you require
Does he feel
46.
resigned? Or will he be fired?
Game shot.
Rhys
And the
Robinson
match,
is fired.
Andreas Harrison.
And Andreas Harrison is unbeaten on Saturday night and fired up. And in the final, history beckons for Harrison. He will have a tilt at a 5th Saturday win and a 4th weekly win to equalise the record of Steve West and of a certain person that you might have heard of. But 91-73 for the 4-2 win in the semi-finals. Harrison is in the final game of week 3. And now we find out who he plays. Will it be someone from Scotland or Wales?
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. The match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Number 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through and gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
So the title defence remains on course. Andreas Harrison through to the final as he bids to get through to Champions Week and defend that Series 7 crown. More history beckons for the Super Swede, but now it's time to find out who will face him. Can the Welshie beat the boss, or can the Scotsman slay the dragon? Let's find out.
Leg that he needs. No problems there. 14 dart, hold a throw.
Time will tell, but he's done his job and he's beaten the Joker.
So here we go then for the right to take on Andreas Harrison in tonight's decider. It is Richard Eric Rowlands of Wales against Scotland's Ross Montgomery. Many thought he might have been the other Scot in the semi-finals this evening. John Henderson is watching on from the back of the room after Ross Montgomery gave him a real beating 4-0 when they met earlier on. That helped him get through to the Final Four. He takes on Richard Rowlands, who is a late bloomer in darting terms, really has done most of his best stuff on the seniors tour in the last couple of years. So a chance for both of them to enjoy some Super Series success. Harrison awaits in the final. Who will it be? We will see in the company of Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Thanks, Murph. Who said this was a young person's game? Because Ross Montgomery is the oldest person left. Andreas Harrison is the youngest. This man's in the middle at 52. But we do know that Harrison is going to face somebody in the final tonight who he has not played all week, because these two have been swimming in very different pools. Group B for Monty, Group C for Welshie. And now somebody's going to get a chance to take out the champ. And I think this is the kind of game that Montgomery wants to play. He will not be bothered by the pace. He'll be happy that he's playing an old school type of player and he can just get up there, concentrate and play it. I think he'll be silently happy that Robinson is gone.
Ross to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I can imagine someone like Montgomery kind of defining it as the impetuousness of youth when you play the younger players, because they've got the flair, they make the noise.
140.
And a bit like Chris was saying, with regards to Rowland finding some of his best stuff at the Seniors Tour, I can say in recent times the same could be said with Ross Montgomery. Both making very strong inroads on the Seniors.
96.
And one thing I neglected to say at the start of the first semi-final was the fact that Andreas Harrison was 50% on his doubles coming into the semis. But so is Ross Montgomery.
55.
87.12 is average for the night. 7 out of 14 on the doubles. That is excellent. Rowlands just a bit behind him in average. And just a little bit behind him in doubles as well. And Monty's got the darts, so you've got to have him as favourite.
Yeah, great reaction there from Richard Rowlands. I think he enjoyed that 180. Why not?
96.
And we are now guaranteed another nation into Champions Week. Why not 12 different nations?
The way that the players are coming in from ADC Europe, just the calibre, it is a possibility.
It's a very distinct possibility. Look at the Pro Tour at the minute. 12 Players Championships, 12 different winners.
Yeah, exactly that. It's I think the standard of darts just throughout is ever increasing. It's getting harder and harder to call who's going to win a tournament.
98. Richard, you require
What a start from Richard this is. Under 100 after 9. He's going to stay conventional. No double-double here. To start with a 12.
Game shot.
Yeah, that'll do.
Richard Rowland.
The immediate break from the Welshman.
Second leg. It's
And Ross has
Richard to
already
throw
lost
first.
his first
Game
advantage. I was going to say that Montgomery has got a ridiculous amount of titles in his career, and he's played some wonderful finals in places like Wales, Italy, England, the Netherlands, Czechia. He's won all over Europe. But at this phase of his career, if he was to win here, this will be him cementing what he's doing now, because he's all about Super Series and seniors, as is Richard Rowlands.
Yeah, both at very similar points in their career in terms of what they're looking to do at the moment. And for Ross Montgomery, obviously, this is rather uncharted territory. We've mentioned before he's made the finals on 2 occasions.
45.
Not only is it the first time he's won matches, he's actually done enough to make it through to this stage.
If I were in his shoes, I'd feel a little bit of relief. Tonight has seen progress.
60.
He's done better than he's done before. And with that, you take the pressure off. Worst case scenario is I've done better than ever. But you try telling that to a competitive dart player.
I was going to say that's probably a conversation for tomorrow, but I do understand what you mean. I think if you can build on it time after time,
135.
you'd feel it'd be an eventuality.
He's getting rather spirited up there, is Richard.
I think he's fed up with being one of the kind of rank outsiders going into all of these in terms of the betting odds.
131.
He's constantly loosening that right arm, which I think is a very good thing to do when you feel a bit of tension. Just let it dangle and let gravity take its course, and it extracts the pressure from the arm. I know that sounds very odd, but it's working.
140.
This is a great performance so far.
Rossi require 170.
He might need this 170 to draw level at 1-1.
Yeah, and it's not going to go. And I do agree the way Rowlands is throwing at the moment. You can just see him in the background there once again, just trying to shake out the arm.
81.
It's got to be 12 and bull. And that one came out like a googly. When he wanted a leg spin, it was all wrong. And that was unexpected as well.
Rossi requires.
He was not looking for that.
That was almost like the hesitation. I think the 9 threw him and struggled to make a decision, and it all went a bit wrong.
Ross needs this to go right.
52. Richard, you require 19.
It's well underneath. And Rowlands has dodged one, and he can consolidate that break that he got in leg 1. He will look south. And will now look west.
Game shot
And
on
take that 2-0 lead.
Richard Rowlands.
He has got form for doing things like this. He's 103.66 in the first couple of legs. And if you rewind to around 5:30 to 5:45 on Friday, this is what he was doing to Rhys Robinson. This is not out of the blue. He
60.
has got this in his locker.
Yeah, but what a time to find it. And I did think in terms of kind of his action and his throw, he just looked like he was tensing up and tightening in his early matches. Got the results he needed to get here, but looking much better, much more assured in this match.
81.
He's not the quickest of players. That's very easy to say. But sometimes the more methodical players can have a very good time of it here in Portsmouth. What about someone like Matt Clark? 8 appearances
100.
and 3 wins for Matt Clark. And he's made it to a series final where he lost out to Raymond Smith. It could be his first weekly title tonight if things go his way.
137.
He could deny Harrison history.
Yeah, and it's starting to feel like a bit of an uphill struggle here for Ross Montgomery.
41.
More so now. He has lost the darts for the second time. And that's a perfect lie. He can build on that. He will expect to get at least 140.
100.
He undershoots, then he overshoots. In that spot, what you got to do is hit your flight and let it catch the dart. The fact that he didn't even touch the plastic of the flight means that he missed both shots. But the
45.
trebleless visits keep coming for Monty.
Yeah, he's still in a pretty strong position here, Rowlands. If he can find the break, he'll be throwing for the match and throwing for a 4-0 victory.
The bad visits for Richard seem to be
61.
61 or 100 or 81, whereas the bad visits for Montgomery are 41 and 45 at the minute.
It's just a bit too loose here from Montgomery.
Richards require 122.
Nothing like the form we saw in the first two matches.
He doesn't have to go for the 18s here. However, if he does get 5 of them, he will leave 32.
54.
Problem was dart 1. He was covering it, and he forced himself to stay there, making the next shot just a little harder. Could things change in leg 3?
It's much better. I was going to say he's tapping on the shoulder right now.
68.
But so far, Richard Rowlands 2 from 2 on doubles, 100%.
If this was an American football match, which Ross Montgomery knows a lot about, he would throw the flag on the field right now and call timeout. But there are no timeouts in darts, and that is a double break for the Welshman.
Yeah, and also a bit of a doubling masterclass. Now 3
Full
from
flag.
3.
It's Richard to throw first. Game on.
He has had a 4 from 4 this week in his very first game of the week.
Yeah, I just think with Rowlands there's been very good bits, but it's been a bit sporadic. And what he's doing in this match is kind of pulling it all together at the perfect time.
100.
The problem is the amount of chances that Montgomery's had. He's only had 1 dart at double. That 1 dart at tops that was about 1.5 centimetres short. Putting darts into simple terms, you've got to get at least 4 chances.
Oh, yeah, quite right. But we saw that almost epic comeback from John O'Shea when he lost 4-3 to Harrison. It is a possibility. And now we're at the knockout stages. It's not over till it's over.
But the first dart's got to be right there where that second dart is. If he can find that from now on, things could change. But if it doesn't, Rowlands should get a chance to win this match at some point, unless he falls out of a tree on the stage.
Is that another epic walk-on idea?
58.
Falling out of a tree.
I like the zip wire idea that we had this week. I do think that should happen.
Well, we do keep thinking of new things to do, and there's that first dart.
100.
283 separate him from the final. A lot of good counters like 19s for this shot, because they like 133 with 7 19s and then treble, treble, double 18. It's keeping things very, very simple.
60.
But it's Montgomery who's trying to make things complicated.
It's a good adjustment, good second dart.
100.
Just trying to find that second elusive treble. Couldn't quite squeeze it past.
I don't mean to steal the terminology from another quiz show, but this is where you've got to simplify the game. Tons and the odd 140 might be good enough to get back into this match.
140.
And when you're in position like this, you must not miss. Ross's job from here is to stop Richard from getting a match shot. This is a match-winning shot.
Richard, you require 83.
Andreas Harrison is waiting in the final. Is he about to play someone from Wales in that final? The bullseye will tell us the story.
58.
He thought that was good.
Rossi
It just dips at the end.
16.
And Montgomery is bulletproof for now.
Yeah, that missed by the smallest of margins. But once again, Montgomery with a chance here. Now, can he use that? Should be a good guide for him. Yeah, and he can, and it is.
Four flag, Ross Montgomery.
Just holding on in there.
Never bet against someone from Scotland.
Fifth leg, it's Ross to throw first. Game on.
That's one. He needs 3 more.
Yeah, but quite importantly, that was a break. Now he needs to hold his throat, which sounds so much easier than it actually is in this kind of situation.
How many times has he been to tournaments around Europe and the world where he's been 2-0 down in best of 5 and he's needed to win 3 in a row? He's probably done it hundreds of times.
I do wonder if this match has got like an air of familiarity about it for the pair of them, because obviously, as we've mentioned, on the seniors tour and things, I wonder if they kind of meet each other on a more regular basis. Sometimes it's quite nice coming somewhere like here because you play people you don't normally play and it gives you that bit of freedom.
66.
You can see the frustration. You can hear it as well. But we do see a lot of players in this building who do share the tour together, whatever tour they're on, whether it's the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour, the ADC Tour, the Seniors Tour, because in the words of Matthew Edgar, this is where worlds collide. It just so happens that tonight, it's where these slightly elder statesmen are colliding.
60.
There's a lot to be said about experience. These guys are using it to the best of their ability. Again, that treble there, I feel, gives Rowlands the advantage. If he can back it up with another one, then Ross Montgomery once again finds himself in a whole world of trouble.
140.
That's one of the best visits he's had all night. Rowlands lost his first game 4-1 to Andreas Harrison. That seems like an eternity ago.
60.
He then beat John O'Shea 4-3. And by virtue of that result and the fact that John O'Shea did not have that massive comeback against Harrison, that's why he's in this semi-final. But it's all him in this semi. He's 3-1 up because he's played better than the Scotsman.
He's been very dominant. Kind of laid down that marker with the opening leg, 12 darts. And that's a fantastic last up.
Is his patience in life and in darts about to pay off? Is he about to make his first final? If Montgomery is to take us into another leg,
137.
he's going to need Richard to fail.
Richard, you require 42.
He knows what's ahead of him. He's played some big-time players this year and succeeded. Is he about to take another scalp? He needs another one of those.
34.
Montgomery is still
Rossi
alive.
requires 78.
Yeah, 3 match darts come and gone for Richard Rowlands. Another chance here for Ross Montgomery.
How many lives have you got, Ross? Play the cat card. You've already burned 3 lives. Have you got 6 left? Speaking of 6...
72.
He actually
Richard,
does
you
have 6
require
left.
8.
But he does not think he's going to get a look at 6. He has had chances to get back into this semi-final. Double 2. How mad is he in the house?
6.
Seriously?
Rossi requires 6.
And I was watching Ross in the background, and I think he thought every single one of them was going into the point that he pointed at that double 1. Thought it was a shoo-in.
Slight adjustment needed, but it's too much.
4. Richard, you require 2.
The nerves are shredded for both players on the stage. This is how much it means to players to make finals. They are not impervious human beings to pressure and nerves. They're both in a madhouse.
No score. Ross, you require
I'm starting to
2.
think that Ross Montgomery might be eternal. He might be a jellyfish, never mind a cat.
Game shot on
And
the
he's
fifth
still
leg.
very much
Ross
alive. And how
Montgomery.
much damage is that leg going to inflict on the Welshman? If he doesn't
Sixth leg, it's
fix
Richard
the
to
stuff
throw
between
first.
his ears right now, he could lose this match in the next 6
Game
minutes. But they're both in it his.
Yeah, slightly. I mean, they are laughing, but it is all very, very serious. Trust me when they're up there. But yeah, as you say, I think when you start missing doubles as players, you do kind of see the light side of it. I think the inevitability. But there's 9 darts that Rowlands has now missed
55.
for the match. Won those first 3 legs without missing one. Now missed 9 to go through to the final.
Are you telling me, Laura, that Ross Montgomery has now used up all of his lives?
Ooh.
He's used up 9. So he doesn't have any left.
81.
That depends really whether you actually still think he's a cat or he's now a jellyfish. I'm not sure how many lives they have.
A jellyfish can live forever.
So just never-ending lives.
I never thought we'd have a conversation as to whether Ross Montgomery is a cat or a jellyfish.
100.
Subject of the week on Saturday night.
You've implied both, so I thought I'd check. If he's a cat, he's had all 9. If he's a jellyfish, well, it's indefinite.
Well, they're both meant as a compliment.
83.
But what is going through the mind of Richard Rowlands right now? Is he thinking to himself, I've blown my chance? Or can he forget it and give himself another one?
It is difficult, but the fact that he's got into that position 2 consecutive legs in a row,
140.
I think you have to have that belief that you know the scoring's there. Keep doing the same thing, keep creating chances. You will get there in the end.
Well, if Montgomery makes the final through this semi, I'm going to call Fred Dinage and ask him how.
83.
I am actually old enough to know that reference, which is really disappointing.
Yet again, the Scotsman is chasing.
58.
The average for Monty is 82.5. Rowlands is about 5 points better off. But I promise you this. That means very little right now. He's got to go for the 60 here, really. He was cornered there and he just couldn't fight his way
Richard,
out.
you require 148.
Another one would be very handy. And after missing so many match darts, he's missed a 10th. And Montgomery can do nothing about where Welshie stands. But he does find himself on another awkward double. This is actually going to be the 7th double
Richard, you
he's gone
require
for the match.
14.
How often do you hear that? Unlucky for some, number 13.
No score.
Montgomery is still
Ross, you
there.
require 110.
Well, I don't think he can believe it himself. I'm pretty sure Ross Montgomery can't quite believe he's getting yet another opportunity. And this is to level the match, a match that Rowlands was so dominant in the first 3 legs.
Can he get a shot to take us all the way? The answer is no. But Rowlands has still got to hit
70.
double 7.
Richard, you require 14.
And now he's got to do it with Montgomery on tops. It's 14 points on his 14th match dart. And Richard Rowlands is in the final after a very dramatic Final 4 match. Ross Montgomery has done better than he's ever done here in Portsmouth. And realistically, he knows he lost to the better player. He probably shouldn't have had 2 legs in that semi-final. But tonight's final is going to be the defending champion, Andreas Harrison, and Richard Eric Rowlands of Wales. Who will win it?
Welcome back. The final is set and the title defence is on. Paul will reflect on the evening as a whole in a moment, but first of all, just a little bit of excitement about Andreas Harrison potentially being a record breaker here.
He's played superbly all week. I think we did expect him to make the final tonight. He has been the best player, and he has been the heartbreaker as well at the hands of John O'Shea. But yeah, history beckons for him. And when you consider the people who have had great success here over the last couple of years, the likes of Steve West, Luke Littler, Conan Whitehead, and lots of other people with 3 titles, this guy is looking to have a wonderful year. Who's to say that he won't go on and win another series and another weekly title after that? This could be one heck of a year for Andreas.
Yeah, he walked into the week and indeed the night as the man to beat. And as you can see from the results this evening, he hasn't been beaten. A 4-1 win against Richard Eric Rowlands in his first match. That'll also be the last match of tonight. As for Richard getting through in that group, I mean, he was almost out. A lot to do with the bad fortune for John O'Shea, who I have to say, there are some comparisons with Jeff Smith last week.
Yeah, just a little bit. But sometimes you just got to play the result instead of the standard. And I think when John O'Shea walks away from tonight, he should feel very proud about how much he dug deep. And he's going to make changes in his life, make changes in his darts career this year. I'm sure he'll be back. But the way he performed tonight, and especially over the last couple of days as well, his game's in a good place. Tonight just wasn't his night, but Richard is the benefactor of John coming up just short, and he's made the most of it.
John did run Andreas as close as anybody, but Rhys Robinson almost did, didn't he, in that semi-final, missed the opportunity to get level and take it to a decider. What have you made of him tonight? Because I think we've seen a different Rhys to the rest of the week.
Yeah, I think the first game he looked a bit loosey-goosey, but after that he found his focus and he did find his way through his group. But this was the big shot, wasn't it? Just trying to get his way to a last leg decider. And let's not forget, he did have a chance to get a 3-2 lead as well. but you can't miss those chances against someone who's playing the darts of their career right now. And Harrison, he hits, he turns around, he shakes your hand, he says goodbye. That has been the story of the year.
And that double 18, such a big part of his game as well, isn't it?
It's not just finishing legs with double 18, it's setting up for tops as well, or even hitting it twice on 72 after whatever he hits on his first dart. So yes, it is a big part of his game, but that treble 20 has been at his mercy most of the week as well. And when you're outgunning Reece Robinson in 180s as well, that's a bad sign for everybody else.
I think it's safe to say that it wasn't quite as convincing from Richard Rowlands in getting over the line.
No, not at all. Montgomery's going to think, how did I get 2 legs? Because he should have been dispatched a lot sooner than that. I think when he lets the dust settle, he will understand that he's done better than he's ever done before, but maybe it was in the stars that he was going to hit 14 points with his 14th match start, but I assure you he's going to be telling the story of that semi-final for months and possibly years to come. But he may have learnt a lot about how he felt on those match darts, and if he can learn from them really quickly, he might be a factor in the final.
Does it give him a little bit of a feeling of free rolling, knowing that he did sort of get those nerves out of the way a little bit?
I think he's free rolling anyway. To think that he's got a chance of winning the final, you've got to think that Andreas Harrison's going to have to play badly. At no point this week has he played a poor game, as in he hasn't gone out there and averaged 75. With Richard Eric Rowlands, he has had a few poor games, and he's just been through that, and he hasn't got a massive amount of recovery time. So Andreas probably should win this final quite comfortably based on what we know about the players. But you and I both know from experience over the last few years, to say that is ridiculous. You will have a chance when you tour the hockey. It's just about how you address the situation.
Right, we'll preview the final a little bit more in a moment, but next we're going to talk about who's coming up next week, and we do have a royal visit coming to the Live Lounge. Yeah, the long-awaited debut here at the Super Series of Richie Burnett, Paul. Well, we've had a character, haven't we, in Reece Robinson this week, but this is the character of characters in darting terms.
Just a little bit. The amount of people who requested to see Richie Burnett in our previous studio, it was off the charts. And when he was constantly there, the viewing figures were huge because people just like to watch his reactions to every situation. I know that he's going to be dancing around the hockey. He's going to love this place, by the way. He's thrown on so many hockeys around the world, but he's going to love the practice facilities. He's going to love the space on the stage. And let's not forget, and I said this yesterday, it's an important factor. Richie Burnett is not coming here next week just because he's a 1995 world champion. He's coming here because he's won a challenge tour this year. He's in form. He's playing well, and he deserves his spot here.
And joining him this week are plenty of other in-form players as well, not least Andy Davidson, who won his week in the previous series, as did Jimmy Van Ski in that Group A. Jerome Mayorka, winner on this stage before. Shane McGurk has performed exceptionally well. So that Group A is looking fantastic, along with the ADC qualifier Killian McCormack. Charlie Large, local to Portsmouth, will be determined to get through to Saturday night. And Mark Dudbridge is a record holder here as well. I could go on.
Yeah, 4 weekly title winners there. I mean, Jerome Mayork, he won week 12 a few series ago. Jimmy Van Ski won a week in the previous series. There are many, many stories. And starting from 9:30 on Monday morning, we're going to extrapolate all of the possibilities. But I think in the first couple of rounds, it's all going to be about what kind of Richie Burnett turns up. Imagine what it will be like if he's in the final next week against Jimmy Van Ski. Now, there's a final we'd want to see.
Absolutely. Well, the final that maybe we expected to see in terms of half of it tonight, Andreas Harrison is part of it. How does Richard Rowlands beat him? How does anybody beat him on that stage on a Saturday?
Well, if he hadn't performed, Richard that is, in the 15th game on Friday the way he did, I would say that there's no way I can see Andreas losing this game. But that one game against Robinson that Richard Eric Rowlands had, where he averaged over 105, it's that kind of game that he's going to need to find. And it just so happens that was the last game of that group. This is the last game of the week. If he can recreate that, he's got a chance. But if he misses the chances that he has early, you know that Harrison is going to gobble him up.
And he has won the Bull, by the way. We've just had word of that. How important is it, therefore, for Richard to win that first leg?
I think it's very important to have a foundation in the final. I think what's most important is that he fends Harrison off and gets a lovely, clean finish to start, to forget about all of those missed match starts in the semi-finals. So if he can do that and build ahead of steam, anything's possible.
All right, I'll let you get back to commentary. Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner will guide you through the action. The final is ready to get underway.
Reece Robinson is fired, and Andreas Harrison is unbeaten on Saturday night. It's 14 points on his 14th match start.
Here we go then, the final ready to get started, and it is Dirty Harrison back at it here on his lucky stage. He's looking for a 5th win on the live lounge stage and a return to Champions Week as that title defence continues. Richard Rowlands, well, it's been a very sort of different progression through to the final for him. We saw those missed doubles in seeing off Ross Montgomery in the semi-finals, but this would really be a huge, huge deal for him. I'm sure many are watching back in Wales, cheering him on. But Andreas Harrison, well, it's all about history, and we'll find out whether he manages to rewrite those Super Series history books at the end of this match, which will be talked through by Laura and Paul.
Here it is then. It is the final of week number 3, and it's going to be the 52-year-old from Wales to take on the favourite. Can he do it? Can he do it for himself? Can he do it for Wales? Can he do it for the seniors? And this guy is 49, and everybody who's on the seniors tour at the minute is hoping that he stays that way. Isn't that right, Laura?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's going to be an inevitability at some point. But I do know what you mean. The way that Harrison has been playing, he's just looked completely unstoppable at times. But I like the comment that you made, Paul, that we know Rowlands has the levels. He demonstrated that against Reece Robinson. He also demonstrated that in the first 3 legs against Ross Montgomery in that semi-final. But crossing that winning line was proving more and more difficult. Got there in the end. And now he finds himself in the final, defying the odds. The compilers had him really out of contention for this week, and he's really, for me, Rowlands, he's just dug in. I said before, he's gone under the radar, and now he's most certainly on it.
85.
He was the outsider to even win his group. And that's what this format is all about. Opportunity.
60.
You don't have to win every game. You just have to do enough. And the fact that he's won the bullseye, just how important do you think that is, Laura?
Well, we've seen it in a couple of games just tonight, and plenty more throughout the week. If it all goes to throw, if he can't find the break, then it goes the way of Rowlands.
If you're in Andreas' shoes right now, what are you thinking in this final? It'll feel familiar, of course.
60.
But what is he thinking right now?
Just keep doing more of the same. Keep playing how you've been playing, because, as you mentioned, there hasn't really been a game that you could call poor that's come the way of Andreas Harrison. But it's a final. It's got to be quite loaded for him. We've talked about the record of 5 weekly titles, but this gives him the chance to go back and defend that big title and Champions Week. Quite a lot riding on it for him.
140.
Just a little bit.
Just a tad.
There's also something else that we haven't even talked about until the next leg. We've been waiting for the possibility of it. It'll depend on this match.
100.
Slow start, really, from Harrison, but he will not panic. Getting the bullseye one in the practice room, the only bull off of the
Richard,
week.
you require 82.
Richard is expected to hold in the first leg of the final. He'll take that. And this is what we were talking about with Chris Murphy.
Game
That
shot
right
on the
there.
First leg, Richard Rowland.
A really good finish at the start. And that is a 14 darter. And that number 14
Second leg,
keeps
it's Andreas
following
to
him
throw
around.
first. Game on.
Yeah, and it's not brought him bad luck. Although I will say, I don't think he's going to be able to afford 14 missed match starts against the likes of Andreas Harris.
Oh, no. Not at all. Cast your mind back throughout the course of what's been a very dramatic week. The last time Andreas Harrison lost a match was on Monday morning to John Henderson in Game 7 of the week. If he wins this final, this will be his 16th win in a row. The record is 17, held by Daryl Pilgrim. To have a chance of beating that record, he must win this final. And he'll have about 2 and a bit months to wait to crack that record. So a little bit of
96.
stewing time, potentially. He doesn't care about that record. He's probably staring at that weekly trophy thinking,
100.
I could be holding that weekly trophy and the series trophy at the same time. And only one other person has done that before. And that is Luke Littler.
He's doing all right now, isn't he?
Not too bad.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. Absolute-
59.
Like I say, I think for us it's very loaded. There's a lot of potential records if Harrison was to win here. But as you say, Harrison is just one of those players, just goes up there and just wants to play, just wants to win. But how much does he want to win this one? Hopefully not too much.
Records are a byproduct of success. And Richard is working very hard.
60.
All he can do is equalise the position.
146.
The radar's not quite there for Andreas at the minute.
34.
It's Rowlands who is
Richard,
the better
you
player.
require 146.
Can he put a bigger dint in 146? He probably should from this position. And he will. In the background, look at Harrison.
105.
He looks almost harassed.
Andreas, you require 112.
He knows he might need to take this. He's trying to get a shot at his trusty double 18. But it's not happening.
76.
No, he has left it, but this
Richard,
is a
you
huge
require
opportunity once again for
41.
Rowlands. This would be a breaker throw.
Double 16 to consolidate the start.
Game shot on
He's
the
not missing
second
doubles
leg,
at all
Richard
now.
Rowland.
Oh, how things can change.
Third
All of
leg,
the
it's
chatter
Richard
over the
to
last
throw
couple of
first.
days in the quest for that
Game on.
has been about the fact that Harrison has not been playing in the live lounge. And who could possibly go and beat him? Well, Rowlands is halfway there.
Yeah, and this is one of the dynamics. If you do win the throw and find an early break, Rowlands now has the chance to go 3-0 up.
100.
And for me, this has got a very similar feel to how Rowlands played at the start of the semi-final against Ross Montgomery. Kicked off with a 12 in that match, 14 in this one. 100% on doubles
121.
until it was down to the winning line.
Very, very proud Welshman. And there's something that a Welsh player has not done under this roof yet. And that's win a series.
96.
We have had Welsh winners of weeks and competitors in Champions Weeks, like John Worsley and Robert Owen.
55.
Justin Smith as well. The Bearded Dragon, who currently holds the record for the Bullseye Challenge at 28. If you haven't seen that, you'll have to check it out on the YouTube channel, because that was some effort. And some skip off the stage when he set that record. But this is all about Richard.
100.
It's all a bit technically ragged, but it's not about how it's delivered, it's where the darts end up. Just ask, somewhat posthumously,
140.
the brilliant Jockey Wilson.
Yeah, although the stiffness looks like it's kind of coming back into the arm. This time he's finding that follow through and making sure it's landing where it needs to.
59.
How many times do we see it? A repeat fixture in the final from a group game. And now it looks like the person who lost is the favourite. Or is there a twist coming?
145.
It's 146 again.
146.
And I guarantee you this, if he hits it, it'll be his favourite finish of the week.
Yeah, I imagine they may hear a roar from Wales if he finds this. He's not going to. And Harrison now has a chance to claw back one of those breaks he needs.
59. Andreas, you require 40.
To start the comeback. Somebody has clicked into gear. That 13 darter is a statement of intent. It is a break back.
4 flag. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
The last few weeks, we have loved 4 threes in finals. Or should I say,
55.
last leg deciders.
Yeah, we enjoy them. They bring that element of tension to us as commentators and to everyone as viewers. Well, I imagine as players, that has got to be one of the most nerve-wracking things where your whole campaign comes down to just one single leg.
Yeah, in week 1, it was Justin Smith of Wales that lost 4-3 to Tom Sykes after having a shot for the match. In week 2, Jim Long beat Shane Hayward
85.
by 4 legs to 3 after Hayward had a shot to win. Can you see what I'm getting at here? Are we headed for the same? I wouldn't be surprised.
Now, as much as we like making history, history does sometimes repeat itself.
140.
And if I may dig a little deeper, Women's Week, last leg decider, Rhiannon O'Sullivan. The week before that, Harrison, 4-3 against Crabtree. These guys want to buck that trend. We are guaranteed another nation into Champions Week, but will it be Wales or Sweden?
100.
Wonderful. He enjoyed every single second of that.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Rowlands is really starting to believe.
And why not? We haven't had a missed darted double in this final.
42.
That was not a good visit from Andreas. Double 16 again.
Game shot on the
He's
fourth
just
flag.
not missing
Richard
all of a
Rowland.
sudden. He looks surprised about it, but now he will have a
Fifth
chance
flag. It's Richard
to
throw
be the
first.
first person to defeat
Game on.
Andreas Harrison this week since Monday morning.
Yeah, wow, and he's doing it in some style, averaging just over 100 Rowlands at the moment. Winning legs of 14, 17 and 11. But this is where he came slightly unstuck against Ross the Boss Montgomery in the semi-final.
137.
But not looking at wavering at the moment.
Or
Or is there going to be a twist in the tail? He's won every which way this week. But if he can get out of this to create his own little slice of history, it would be something extraordinary.
And my question will be, is he staying at the treble 20s? He must do, surely, at this stage.
Absolutely. This is not the time to try and leave 150.
81.
We are getting to a possible climax of this week. And look at that. What is it about this guy playing the last game of a day? Maybe he just needs 4 or 5 games to warm up.
Well, you most certainly can't deny the fact that he is pretty much on fire at the moment, just one leg away from victory.
Well, that's good news for Harrison. He got his maths wrong there. Or should I say his tactics, because that was not the right path.
100.
But the power scoring, has it been there for Harrison? I'm not so sure it has. He's been betwixt and between and leaving things like 140 instead of things like 121, which are just a little bit easier to find.
60. Andreas, you require 140.
2 consecutive visits there from Rowlands without a treble, as Harrison pins 1.
He's hit that twice this week
100.
on double top,
Richard, you
both
require
times.
148.
Don't forget that Richard has had a shot at this checkout tonight. He missed double 14 for it. There it is again, that number 14.
I think that was, surprisingly, another shot for the match against Montgomery.
100. Andreas, you require 40.
To palm him off.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
We've got at least
Andreas
a 6th
Harrison.
leg. But can Andreas consolidate his break of throw this time?
6th leg.
Because the last time he couldn't.
First. Game on.
That is a 13 darter, his second of the final.
$59.
Yet again, he starts troubleless.
He's done quite well, Harrison, at finding that break, but not consolidating it with a holder throw.
$108.
And that's the advantage of that lie. Even if you under-deliver that dart just a smidge, it will still catch it.
100.
Who's going to get the first match dart? Will it be a 3rd consecutive week where somebody misses and then somebody hits?
Just see Harrison in the background there, a little shake of the head. But that could be an opportunity. He needs a big score here.
When he's gone to that treble 19,
46.
it hasn't been good enough as a switch in this final. Advantage Wales. How many times have we said that in World Darts over the last 5 years?
Yeah, a wonderful darting nation. Richard Rowlands, as you said, a proud Welshman. Little smile to himself there after doing the drop dart.
Well, sometimes when you smile like that, it's because of nervous energy.
59.
Justin Hewitt from Gibraltar was noted for that when he used to smile from ear to ear. But it was because of nervous energy.
140.
Andreas has got friends on the left-hand side of the arena.
Yeah, I imagine his performance is down here. He's got himself a little following.
Sweden may indeed be
Andreas,
cheering
you
on
require
Harrison because they're not cheering
156.
on their football team at the minute. He's got 6 darts from 156.
46.
But that could have been easier. Leaving 110 from 156 is not exactly what he wanted.
Now, as we edge ever closer to this finishing line, you can feel the tension. You can actually probably hear a pin drop with the crowd at the moment, holding their breath.
Andreas, you require 110.
The first match dart beckons for Richard. If this is not found. And he is going to have his opportunity to stop
70.
the Andreas Harrison train,
Richard, you require
to defeat
52.
the defending champion, and to be in Champions Week.
Yep, finds the single number.
Game.
And this
Shot.
time does
Another
find the
Super
double.
Series Week
And
3
it's Richard
champion,
Rowlands. He
Richard
defies the Super Swede. He denies him a fifth winning week here. What an absolute epic run there from Richard Rowlands. Beats the favourite, was a rank outsider according to the odds compilers, but did everything, dug in deep and pulled out one of the best performances to lift that trophy. The win will see him join the likes of Jim Long and Tom Sykes in Champions Week. And there you see the stats. They won't be worried about the stats, but Richard Rowlands there, 96.78. Andreas Harrison, 91.29. But 2 from 2 for Harrison, but he was denied. And 4 from 4 for Richard Rowlands on the doubles. Highest checkout, 82. But for me, just the consistency there. And we can join the winner down on the stage with Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Laura. We have our Week 3 winner, and our winner is from Wales. Richard Eric Rowlands, you have done an awful lot tonight. You have stopped a man who has won 16 consecutive games, potentially. Yeah, he is the favourite. He's been the favourite all week, the defending champion. It's not going to be a 5th weekly title for him, but it is your first. How do you feel?
Over the moon, mate, seriously. I came in tonight thinking just get through the first get to the semi-finals and then see what happens after that. And I rode my luck, and I was more determined in the final after the whipping he gave me in the first round. So I thought, you know, I have to be up for it. He's so steady. He's so good though, isn't he? He really is, and every time he's there. I'm like, oh my God, what do I need to? Normally I'm the stubborn one, but Andreas, hats off to you, mate. Superb.
Talk us through the group, because with John O'Shea being 3-3 with Andreas, you needed Andreas to do you a favour in taking you through to the semi-finals.
I did, yeah. When Andreas went 3-0 up, I was sitting there with my feet up and thinking, well, this is it. And then he went 3-3, didn't it? And I was like, oh my God. And it would have been the other two going through. So I rode my luck, and this is where we're at. And to win anything, I think Lady Luck needs to be on your side. It really does. Whatever you've played Darcy. I mean, you know, every now and then, you know, they rub the green. Rory didn't get it last week in the US Open, but I seem to got it. I got it today. So yeah, thank you, Modus. You've been brilliant. I'm loving it. Yeah, I can't wait now.
Semi-final was rather interesting with all of the missed darts at double against Ross. What were you thinking when you were going around the houses?
My God, we both had a chat in between, going, "Oh my God, can't believe we both left ourselves on double one." It's just one of those games. I mean, if you'd have known hindsight, you'd have set yourself up with something different, but it didn't. You get games that all these guys out there, they know they play these local leagues and they play their tournaments, and they end up on double one, and you know, sometimes it can be a nightmare. Thankfully for me, Ross took it out.
Bit of a contrast in the final when you were perfect on doubles, and double 16 is now your new best friend, isn't it?
Oh, 16's always been my favourite, but yeah, in that final, I think I turned around to Jack and I said, I don't think I missed it, did I? And he went, no. So that's it. Tops, 18s, 10s, love-hate, but 16 is an 8, so I'll back myself any day.
Well, without further ado, I've held you up enough. So right now, it's time for you to get your fingerprints on that thing. Your winner of Week 3 in Series 8 from Wales, Richard Eric Rowlands.
Yeah, Richard Rowland's determined to enjoy that moment, and he deserves to enjoy it, Laura, because he's really had to battle hard to earn that tonight.
Yeah, it really has had to battle hard, and fair play to him, because obviously I think me myself guilty of the fact that I genuinely thought Harrison, the way he was playing, he was looking unbeatable, but Richard Rowland's there proving he actually is unbeatable, and just look at that. It's wonderful to see him with the support and the friends and the family, and yeah, absolutely, congratulations to him.
He's a player that's had some success on the Seniors Tour events and a little bit on the TV, got to the semi-finals at the Champion of Champions. But this must be a real landmark moment for him, winning in front of the cameras, picking up a trophy on a stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, for any player that comes here, they're going to want to. They're coming here to win. They're not coming here to do anything else. But I think, for Richard, it's the first time he's picked it up. I think it's a really, really massive moment for him, and it's something he can take forward, because the amount of people that we've seen that have won titles here and then brought it into the game in other areas. It's just that next step.
And we're going to see him just have a little, he's hidden around the corner, humble as always, Andreas Harrison, but great to see him there as well, embracing his opponent, because it must be a bitter sort of feeling for him.
Yeah, I mean, we've waxed lyrical about him, haven't we, the whole week? So for us, it's very much, it's great to see. I watched him as he was picking up his trophy, and Harrison was at the side. He was giving him a round of applause, and as you say, a very humble player, very respectful. Must be difficult, because obviously we've spoken so much about the 5th title and everything else, and he's used to winning here. But like you say, he's a great player, great character, and a good all-round sportsman.
Let's just get a recap of what's happened this evening. Here are the results for tonight. Paul Nicholson, you may have seen, has just joined us, and look, Richard kind of had to do it the hard way, and look, started the night with a 4-1 defeat. It really turned it around.
Just a little bit. I think he's in a bit of disbelief, considering he's lost to Andreas first. He's been through the mill with John O'Shea, with Ross Montgomery, and then Andreas again. What a whirlwind of an evening. And he may not be able to comprehend this for a good few days. It's been a great 12 months for Richard, and this is the culmination of that 12-month period. But now he's got a good 2 months to try and figure out how he goes one better.
Right, we'll talk about Richard more, and we'll make sure that he is the last person we speak about, but we cannot not talk about Andreas Harrison. What a spell he's had here, just falling short in the final from making it 5 successive Super Series wins. Yeah,
I mean, he's just a phenomenal player. One, again, we're surprised that he kind of fell towards the tail end, but the shift he's put in, the performances he had in Group A, just didn't quite click as well as it had done in previous performances throughout today, but still managed to get to a final. Just got pipped at the post, and that happens to the best of players.
And it says a lot about him that nobody really saw that happening.
Nobody. I think when you look at his approach, he doesn't necessarily need a lot of practice to stay sharp, but every now and again, darts reminds you that it's hard. He's played so well for months and months and months, and when he comes here, he expects to win. And tonight was a reminder that if you just tail off a little bit, someone out there might just pinch you. And the doubles from Richard in the end, he minimised the amount of chances that Andreas had.
Yeah, and you sat here just before the final and said he needs to hit that double straight away, get rid of all those demons from the semi-finals. He did that and goes on to the winning double without missing any.
That's an exceptional effort. He did say on the stage that double 16 is his best friend. It's his favourite double. And sometimes you need your favourite to cooperate. But when you're doing it under pressure like that, he's going to have a love affair with that double for the next couple of months, I'm sure. But he could use it when he comes back for week 13 at the end of August, when things will be even hotter in here.
Easy to say, maybe look nervous in getting to the final, but what a feeling it must have been to have got over the line.
Oh, 100%. And I think it kind of goes back to what you and Paul were discussing before, where he missed so many. He was on 100%, being 3-0 up, missed 14 to get through that. So to actually get 100%, to get 4 out of 4 in any match is fantastic. But to do it in a final against the hotly tipped player, yeah, it's all credit to Richard Rowlands.
And it's been kind of against the odds all week, Paul. We spoke about it in Group C. The bookies didn't fancy him. He was the outsider. Tonight, second outsider. And then also, he could have been out at the last leg between O'Shea and Harrison, gone the other way.
Yeah, make no mistake, when he comes back for Champions Week, he's going to be the outsider again. Because there are probably going to be other players who will harbour bigger headlines. And Richie Burnett's coming in a couple of days. from Wales, and he's going to come in here off the back of a Welsh person winning. But I thoroughly expect Richard Rowlands to be an outsider in Champions Week. I don't mean that disrespectfully. It's just how they're going to look at it. What is it about the way he plays that makes him so effective, so successful?
Yeah, he's got that methodical approach. We did discuss the fact that it does tend to lend itself sometimes to being a bit stiff and a bit snatchy. However, he just got it right in the last 2 matches. He just found it. He knew what he had to do. And I just think the approach, the way he steps up to the oche, he's just got the same process. It's repetition darts, but it's repetition in the right way. And he managed to find it, and it all clicked at the right time.
Well, he is the 3rd winner this series. He joins Tom Sykes and Jim Long in getting through. Look, it's early days yet, Paul, but already shaping up to be an interesting Champions Week, and maybe one without Andreas Harrison. There is a little rule here that players can come back for a 2-day group, so who knows if he'll come back for a couple of days. But look, if it is without him, it doesn't mean that it'll miss quality.
Not at all. I mean, Tom Sykes winning week 1, what more could you possibly ask for? And we've had drama since the first dart of the series, because we've had missed darts to go through from Justin Smith. We had Shane Hayward miss a shot last week against Jim Long. Tonight we've had the favourite eliminated. Every single week is going to provide a different story, and I'm really interested to see what the next one is.
Does it kind of tell us tonight that Slow and Steady can kind of win the race? Because the other players that have been in the group, we've had the likes of John Henderson, Rhys Robinson, and the way that he plays the game, but he's just plodded on, hasn't he, really, Richard Rowlands?
Yeah, he kind of went under the radar, and like you say, you know, it's being true to how your throw, to your style. If you can maintain that and not be put under pressure by those faster players, because that can happen. I know as someone who throws slightly faster, I can slow down against a slower player. It kind of knocks your rhythm. He's been very consistent at absolutely every stage throughout this, and he's just warmed to the task. He's just got better and better, and obviously the result is he's week 3 champion.
Certainly is. Thank you both for your company tonight. Richard Rowlands does win week 3, but don't forget, we are going to do it all again next week. Back on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. Richie Binnett, as mentioned, looking to be the 2nd Welshman in a row to win a week here at the Super Series. Week 4 is coming on Monday.